Hey everyone, how are y'all? Lady V, how are you tonight? Musical, you doing good tonight? Hey Casey, how are you? Hoping for answers. How are you tonight? Lady V, I'm doing good. How about yourself? Musical is starting to get cold there, huh? All right, emails pinned to the top of the chat. Oh, y'all, I'm checking one other thing real quick. Okay. Musical, you're talking about it's getting cooler there. It's like an oven here. Miss C, how are you? And to see, the rumors of stuff that people are saying about these kids is getting ridiculous. Hey Jennifer, how are you? So it's cool here today in Florida, but we have a tropical storm. Riddler, I've seen that, but I think it's going away from the states. Or the way that they're showing it on the radar, it's going away. And Casey, yes, I'm doing good. Sinuses are still killing me, but other than that, I'm doing good. Hey King Scarlet, how are you? Shoot, usually aren't bad except for flooding. Yeah, Riddler, the last thing that I looked at on the radar, it showed that it was going away. Hey Bernice, how are you? Curious Cat, how are you tonight? I'm Bernice, yes ma'am, I'm doing good, thank you. Hey Titanium Build, how are you? Hey Princess Megan, how are you? Hey Talca, how are you tonight? Titanium Build, I'm doing good. Sally Mae, how are you tonight? Hey No Way, how are you? Hey, Brooklyn. How are you? All right, y'all. I'm going to go over in just a little while these new court documents that came out a day or so ago. But there's something else I want to talk about first, and that's all these rumors that are going around about these kids. That's getting out of control. Oh, Brooklyn, we're happy that you're here with us tonight. Thank you for joining us. Sally Mae, they're literally getting ridiculous. And it's fine to give your opinions on stuff or theories of what possibly could have happened or speculating about it. But whenever people just go to posting something or saying something and they are posting it as facts and saying that they know for a fact that the girls were dealing out of the house or that it's a known drug house or so and so flushed drugs down the toilet and or they know that this is what uh, Maddie told Adam. That's bullshit. They don't know what Maddie told Adam because they wasn't there. Mr. Gonzalez said in an interview that Maddie told Adam about Kaylee wanting to get back with Jack D. But I'm sorry, I'm going to believe what Mr. Gonzalez says about that over somebody who's just hopping up on the internet wanting 5 minutes of fame without producing facts. I mean, these kids are victims. They are no longer here to defend themselves. And there's some people who will get up there and say all this, and then you have people who hear it and will literally run with it and believe it. Hey, Turquoise, how are you? See, it's because if they actually trust in the police, they know that Bryan's guilty. They won't have any content, so they make it up. And Titanium Built, that is true. And Titanium Built, I want to say real quick, I did see that you were live today, honey, and I had it playing on my TV, but I did not get a chance because I was doing some other stuff to drop in your chat. So I want to apologize, but next time I catch you live, I will drop in and say hi. Let's see, since 2009, the home has been owned by a limited liability company out of Colorado named, yes, 1122 King LLC. That's what Riddler, the guy who owned that house and owned a couple of other houses there, that's what he would name like each one of the properties. Whatever their address was, like the number, then King Road LLC. It's just, I'm sick of it. Like, honestly, these rumors and people just being gullible enough to believe anything and going along with it, and it's disrespectful to the victims, honestly. Hey, sweet Melissa, how are you? Oops, how are you tonight? Sunset Gazing, how are you? See, last night was a really good discussion. Even though I fell asleep, I replayed it today. Once I put my feet up, set my phone down, I'm sleepy. Don't feel bad, Sunset Gazing. I stay tired all the time. And see, mixed channels. One of her days effects. A lot harder for us to do because we do We have to constantly debunk information that's not even factual. That is true. And like I said, I'm all for people giving their opinions and their theories of what could have happened, or even the speculation. But this stuff of these rumors and saying that they know for a fact that so and so was a target, so and so was a drug dealer, so and so flushed the stuff down the toilet. You don't know that for a fact. You really don't. And what are they going to do whenever this goes to trial and it gets proven that there was nobody called at 9:30, 8:30? Hey, Rigger Bob, how are you? Um, there wasn't nobody at the house before 911 call because we don't even know if that's true. What are they going to do that these people who are coming out and saying this when that's proven in court that it didn't even happen? But there's people coming out and going on certain people's panels saying all this, and it's not even true what they're saying. Because I mean, this stuff is just it's getting out of hand, honestly. Sally Mae, that's why I don't. There's some channels I will watch to see what they're talking about. I don't drop in their chats. Then there's others that I will just be like drop in their chat and hang out with them because it's not all the bullshit. It's not all the uh, putting out facts with no way to back it up. See, they still say it's somehow a cover up, even if there's total evidence at the trial that he did it. Yeah, I mean, as far as the facts, we really, and I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. The only facts that we know is that 4 kids lost their lives for no reason in a very brutal way. And that there is a man sitting in the Latah County Jail right now who has been indicted on a burglary charge and 4 first-degree murder charges. And what has been said in the PCA. And Elizabeth, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you, honey. Thank you. Hey, 1-2, how are you? Other than those few facts, we don't know anything. We don't know if there's drugs involved. If it is, what has it got to do with the murders? If there's drugs involved, does that give a reason to murder 4 kids? No. Is there because if you think that there's drugs involved, does that mean that you just go out and you state it as facts? No. So maybe the smaller channels are the channels that are just like not feeling into the bullshit, could get together, maybe get something done. I don't know if anyone would believe us, but I don't. And titanium built, that's true. I mean, I don't know if there's anything that could be done. I really don't. Exactly, K-Brass. And I'm gonna be honest, y'all. These kids did not look like they were on drugs. Hey, Gigi, how are you? Say don't tell Joe. It just got my ears lost. I have to get all my drinks and things from me. Gigi, you're fine. I mean, I have a cousin who is an addict. He's 28 years old. These girls don't look like him. There's people that I went to high school with who are now addicts. These kids did not look like them. I just don't believe that they're on drugs. I don't believe that they were dealing. I could be wrong, but I don't believe it. And people going out and saying that they know that it's a fact and you don't know. Hold on just a second, y'all. Okay. Let's see. I wish the families could sue. Yeah. I mean, it may teach some people some lessons, honestly, about what they say about victims like this. See the video with the guy constantly moving the phone is mere. Oops, are you talking about the one that's in the hotel room? 3,000 subs when it played. He got a lot of subs and comments. Folks are just starving for new nuggets. Hey, Lisa B, how are you? See, I wish we could get to know at least a few facts. I live here in East Tennessee, and I can just look at a person and tell you if they are druggies. These four kids, they didn't. They really didn't. They they were all in college. Were they doing a college thing? Of course. They were living life and having fun. But that don't mean that they're doing dope. Kaylee and Maddie would have graduated this year. They would have received their diplomas in whatever it was that they were going to college for. I'm sure Xana and Ethan had good grades. They would have graduated in Xana would have been in 2 years and Ethan would have been in three. Jamie, how are you? But just putting this bullshit out or Dateline putting all this stuff out. I mean, I watched the whole Dateline thing, but how do you know what was said on there was even true? I just love Gigi and Scarlett and mostly everyone. Turquoise, we love you too. Exactly, King Scarlet. They had jobs. I was it ever said if Ethan had a job while he was in college? I know he had the one at the tulip farm. Hey, Cricket Moon, how are you? Um, Zana and Maddie both worked at Mad Greek. Kaylee was working, I believe, from home after she had finished up her school stuff. I'm pretty sure if Ethan wasn't working, he would have worked. But the point is, they don't look like they're drug addicts. They don't look like they were into anything like that. They had parties at their house. That's a college thing, not a big deal. Just because people have parties at their houses doesn't mean that they're doing drugs or selling drugs out of the house. Do I think Dylan and Bethany were doing drugs? No. They don't look like they're addicts. Why people are putting this shit out with absolutely no proof is ridiculous. Exactly, Turquoise. Why have a job if you're doing all this? You're going to be making enough money that you don't have to have a job. Hey, just the facts. How are you? Um, yeah, Kaylee had a Range Rover. She saved her money up from working and bought it her own self. Her parents even said that. I'm sure they would have all had brand new vehicles if they were selling drugs. It's ridiculous. And people need to realize that if this was at their kids that this happened to, and these things were being said about their kids, they wouldn't like it. And they really need to consider that. See you too. How are you? Hey, Sima. How are you tonight? I don't know. It's just it pisses me off that I listen to stuff and people posting it as facts with no way to back it up. That's what irritates the shit out of me. See, even if they were using selling substance abusers, it literally and really it don't, Casey. It's no reason for them to have been murdered, but just people putting it out as facts is what irritates the shit out of me. When there's absolutely no proof, people saying that they know for a fact that Maddie told Adam everything about flushing drugs down the toilet. How the fuck do you know that that's what she told Adam? Were you there in the corner club that night when she told Adam? Did you listen to the conversation? I doubt it. So why even put it out there? Like I said, Mr. Gonzalez said that whole conversation of what she told Adam was that Kaylee wanted to get back with Jack D. I'm going to believe the dad over a bunch of people who wants 5 minutes of fame. It's gotten the whole rumor mill. It's gotten ridiculous. All right, y'all. Make sure that that y'all do have your chat on live chat because I had mine on it and it just got bumped back to top chat for whatever reason. YouTube feels the need to bump it back to top chat. Let's see. Why in the hell would they be flushing stuff before they were even unalive? I don't know, Jamie. It's just it's people posting and saying bullshit to get clicks and views and get a little bit of money thrown into their pocket. That's all it is. There's some people in this world that are so hard up for money and are greedy that they will say anything like that just to get the clicks and views. And I don't understand that. Why not put out facts? Let's see. Next live, I see a recording of just that. And there was, and I'm not going to mention any channels, and I'm not bashing channels or nothing like that. But just like the channel that the guy's sitting in the hotel room and he gets a phone call. And they're talking about this guy on this phone call is talking about all these different things. Who the fuck is this dude? Has he been vetted? Or do you know what he is saying to be true? Let's see. I hope I'm tagging. Let's see. All it took was for a taxi driver to say everyone knew drugs were sold near there, and really, yeah, it just kind of like went crazy from there. Let's see. The case is an issue more and more. Sima, the whole case is crazy. It really is. You have police coming out in the very beginning saying one thing and then flipping it and saying something different. I still don't understand why they even brought up the two surviving roommates. They were trying to protect them, just say, we can't comment on it, or just lie and say, no, there was nobody else in the house. I mean, you don't have to be honest with the public at that point. They really didn't have to be honest with the public until the PCA came out. Let's see, and then you have BK. I'm adding here there. Oh, and that reminds me, I wanted to say something real quick before I forget. There was, hey, Big Al, how are you? There is, last night, in the last few nights, I've asked, and I've seen that the mods have asked that if you're going to use any type of drug names in the chat and Big Al, I forgot to tell you today that I had done this, but to abbreviate the names. And some people didn't know that we had said that before they had come in, and they apologized, and that's fine. But I have now put those words as block words, Big Al. So if a comment pops up on your thing and it tells you to allow it or deny it or whatever, if it has a drug name in it, just deny the comment so it won't pop up in chat. 9mm, how are you? In my opinion, the noise complaints were just a cover for the police to monitor the house. That said, they could have monitored other houses there also. I'm pretty sure they've had noise complaints with other houses around the area. It's just that the FOIA request, I think, was for 1122 for any calls that were regarding that address or whatever. I'm sure, I mean, there's the girl that had to call the police because of someone getting her, hey, Glowbug, her luggage out of her car and all that. We saw that one too. I think that was a sorority house, like an off-campus sorority house. I'm sure they have parties. You know, where Jack D lived at. They had parties. I'm pretty sure there was cops called. There's probably cops called all over the place for noise complaints. It was just, I did notice that the body cam footages that we've seen though only consisted of Maddie on the phone on one. R3D, how are you? Then we seen Kaylee on one, and then we seen Xana on one. And it just so happens that they're like 3 of the 4 victims. Big Al, did you ever get your air fixed? Negative run out of time. Oh wow. Maybe it'll be cool the next couple of days, so it won't be so bad. See, just like the fellow, let's see, they had so much stuff that it was mind blowing. And see, too, once this goes to trial, I'm pretty sure that that's what we're going to see. There's going to be stuff that we've never even heard of or probably even thought of. So I just wanted to go over that. It's been aggravating the shit out of me about the whole rumor thing and people putting stuff out as facts and not being able to back it up with the truth or any facts to go along with it. Let's see. Question: have you ever been around organized crime? Cricket Man, you really want me to answer that on here? Let's see. A tale as old as time. Look how indifference and public interest affected when a victim is a worker. It's dangerous and taints public perception of victims. They don't realize how damaged. Yes, that is true, Casey. Let's see. The other thing that stood out about the car video, well, she said there's a community group for that neighborhood right there, and the cop said that he could send out a guy to give them a talk about safety. Okay, Bryce, are you talking about the girl whose luggage was uh, taken out of her car? Hey, Don, how are you? Okay, and I don't think they ever figured out who done that to her car. I would have thought they would have like dusted the car for prints, something to try to figure out what like who done it. I don't think they ever done anything with that. Oh wow, Gigi, you got hot coffee, Coca Cola, crushed ice, and bottled water. Now millimeter, they are no longer with the channel. Let's see, they took pictures of the boot print. Yeah, they should have dusted that girl's car for prints, just to see. I mean, they might have wore gloves, but you know what I'm saying, like just to see if they could have found anything. I mean, whoever it was, literally, she said, took the stuff that was sitting in her front seat and put it in her suitcase, and then set her suitcase, except for one item of clothing that was left in like the little cup holder in her door, and they put the suitcase out in her driveway. CU2, yes, she bought it two or three, 2 or 3 days before the murders, and she drove it back down to Moscow so she could show. She wanted to show Maddie. She wanted to show it off to to her friends and have like the way I understood it being said, have one last party weekend with her friends, and she went with Dylan as Dylan's plus one to a formal, and then she was supposed to go back home to her parents, and then she was going to go on a trip to Europe before she ended up moving to Austin, Texas to start her new job. I see what was weird about the noise complaint with Xana was that she was about to go to bed, so why would she be making loud music? And I don't think there was, whenever the police were at the house, I didn't hear anything in the background, even whenever they were going up to that house. Now, the first time they were there, the one before midnight, when like all the kids were there and they had to get Maddie on the phone or whatever, yeah, you could hear the noise. But it's a flippin' party house with college kids. Hold on just a second, y'all. All right, so see, take BK out of the equation. The one good thing coming from this horrible situation is a closer look at the drug crisis is happening in every community right now. All right, let me grab these. This first one, I am going to go over these 6 documents real quick because I actually went through them today. I actually had time to go through them today. And I'm going to drop the link as well if anybody wants to come up and discuss these. You're more than welcome to. Fix it where y'all can see them. Can y'all see those okay? Or do I need to zoom in a little bit more? Oh, let's see. Don't you think that with all the cars outside, someone wouldn't try doing this? See, too, I'm wondering. That's why I don't know. I don't understand his method of thoughts. All right, Sima, is that a little bit better for you? Um, I don't think. I think it was said that Ethan's vehicle wasn't there because he shared his vehicle with his brother, and I think it was said that Hunter drove the vehicle over there that morning. So it would have been Xana, Kaylee, and Maddie's cars in the driveway. Hey, CJ, how are you? See, I wasn't here that night. You forgot to see 1 second. Let me catch back up in chat. Can't come up tonight because I have to get to bed early. But I'll. Okay, Jamie, that is fine. If you want to email me and just let me know like a certain night that you want to do it, that will be completely fine. Freya, how are you? How are you?
What's up?
Not a thing. Just getting over my rant.
Yeah, just
I
take a
had,
breath.
yeah, I had to rant over all of these rumors that's going around and people just saying this and that and this is a drug house and the kids are on drugs and they're selling drugs and they're flushing drugs down the toilet and so told Adam this. Like you don't know what Maddie told Adam. You just know that Maddie told Adam everything about something. That's
I,
like that's all people know.
I don't want to point out the obvious, but doesn't this same shit happen with every case?
Every case, and it's
Every one of
ridiculous.
them. Every one of them. Doesn't matter
It
how petty it is or how little known it is. It happens with every case.
it's ridiculous that people would sit here and say something like that about deceased people. Hey Margot, how are you? And like and that's what I was saying a minute ago. Like, were you literally sitting in the corner club listening to the conversation that Maddie was telling Adam? I highly doubt it. So how do you
Yeah.
know exactly what she told him?
Like you
I mean,
said, it's about driving traffic, clicks, and a penny here, penny there.
it's Kaylee's dad said in an interview. I forgot who it was, which interview it was. It was either with Bryan Inton or with Chronicles of Olivia. But he said that that conversation with Adam was about Kaylee wanting to get back with Jack D. I'm going to believe the dad over somebody with no proof. So
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know. I
I
believe. I mean,
agree.
kids hide shit from their parents all the time. Period. I mean,
true, that
even the
is
best
true.
of kids. Even the best of kids.
Right. But just to go out and say that I know for a fact that Maddie flushed such and such amount of drugs down a toilet, how the hell do you know that? Were you watching her?
Well, that's just asinine.
You
Unless you were
know,
there flushing the toilet for her.
it's just, oh, it irritates me because these kids are not, they can't be here to defend themselves. And there's some people that will sit here and listen to this and they believe it and they will run with it themselves. Hey, Betty Joe, how are you?
Oh, I've
And
seen
Yeah.
that on enough channels. they
it's,
run with it like an Olympic sport.
it's just, I'm just on a rant tonight, y'all. I'm sorry.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Lady V, how are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you guys? Hi, everybody in chat. Yeah, I don't know why. I think it all boils down to clicks and views myself. I mean, people are just so cold and calloused. It's ridiculous.
It is. It's
Anything for money.
they have no respect for the deceased victims.
No, and the families, I mean,
No.
that's gotta hurt.
Right. I mean, I got mad like this over Twister. Twitter Justin saying what he said about Dylan because he's spewing out stuff that he had no way to back up. It's
Yeah.
just it's ridiculous that you say anything about someone like that without any facts.
Well, and what's even more ridiculous is the people that will tune in and give an audience for it.
There you hit it right on the head. If somebody's willing to listen, they'll keep talking.
Yeah.
And if
Why
they
should
run out
they
of shit
care?
to talk about, they'll make shit up.
Oh
Or
yeah.
grab onto shit out of thin air.
There's an
Hey,
old
Ruby.
saying, a lie will spread across the world before the truth can get across the room.
So
Right.
Same
that's
thing goes
true.
with a compliment or a bad review about a restaurant or a film or
Oh yeah.
a bar, or negative always travels faster than positive.
Right.
Always.
And Pagan Way says, so then Bryan looks creepy, makes him a killer. No, it doesn't. The evidence against him, if they have the evidence to prove it, will prove that he is a murderer. But no, there's people all over the world that are creepy looking, but they can be the best person in the world.
Well, you remember it was a cab driver. He said, my clients would tell me, take me to that area. And right near that house is where they were buying the drugs. Didn't say at the house.
Right, just in the area, wasn't it?
Right. In there, he
Yeah.
said near it. So it was now I can tell you this. I can go 10 minutes in either direction from my house, and I can bring you back whatever you want.
Yeah, I think that's probably in most areas.
I mean, I
Hey,
can bring you
Debbie.
back anything from a Rolex watch to the drugs to a certain type of weapon, whatever you want. So just because, I mean, they had parties there, but when I look at them at the parties, they don't look like they were into the high class drugs.
No,
And
I
it's more
don't.
like a drinking party.
Yeah, they just do not seem like they have like really no signs of the harder drugs at all. I mean, maybe occasionally, who knows, but I mean, not a constant regular user.
Yeah, I don't see them as doing. Like I said, I have a cousin, in his 20s. He's an addict. These kids look nothing like that.
No.
I don't see it.
Yeah, my brother and sister-in-law, they are too, and I tell you what, it takes a toll on your physical
Right.
Well,
looks.
I can say
Right.
this: if the kids are using a party drug like Molly, they're not gonna look all strung out and like they should be living in a tent on a sidewalk.
No.
Unless they're so far gone from it, then they're just a waste of space. But
Mm-hmm.
there are a lot of younger people that use those party drugs. There's kids here in Minnesota. There's a big problem right now. They're using GHB to get high. They've found a way to take the date rape drug and take just enough of it to not pass out,
Mm-hmm.
and it gets them wrecked.
I can
Wow.
remember when you could get GHB across the counter
Yep.
at GNC.
Yep.
And the
Really
athletes,
too.
GNC.
right? The athletes were buying it so they could sleep at night,
Yep.
and it helped their the cells in their body
A
to
lot of them use
recover.
it for a pre-workout too, because in lower doses, it supposedly in lower doses. I mean, I had it given to me one time years and years ago, and I dropped like a bag of shit. I mean, I was waking up going, "What happened? What was that?"
Yeah, I don't see this. What the way people are portraying these kids in this house, I don't see it.
They're not a bunch
I
of heroin addicts.
No, and
No.
I
No,
even
or meth.
I seen somewhere on one of the Facebook groups, and they legit got into an argument, and it was like probably 200 comments on just this one post of this woman saying, "I know for a fact Maddie did this, and Maddie said that, and Dylan had a a secret room inside of her bedroom that had all the drugs hidden." And I'm sitting here just
Oh,
thinking,
good
like,
Lord.
how the fuck do you know that?
Prove it.
So
Like,
she like dabbled in construction in part time. I mean,
I,
So
the
you
I
put a
fuck? She
mean,
built
false
a
wall
room.
in.
Come on.
like, how do you know that?
I
I
blame the
mean,
people that believe that stupid shit just as much as I believe the people that are
oh,
saying it.
and there was people arguing against it, like, you don't know that for a fact. That hasn't been said. There's no facts to back that up. And then there's other people that saying, "Oh yeah, and I heard this," and kind of adding to it. And I'm just like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Like, y'all don't know this, you know? And it's the same thing with some of these damn news stations. They will put something out. There's absolutely no facts to back it up, but they want to say that their sources told them. Where's the proof from the sources that you can show to your audience to say, see, my sources have the facts?
They don't care about
Right.
that anymore. They've been using that whole source gimmick for like 3 years.
It's just,
It used to be reserved for
it's
certain things. Now it's like every freaking story.
right.
Well, sources confirm. Oh, really? So you're at the bus stop and Leroy told you that it was true? There's your source.
Betty Joe, I don't think it was her in the Facebook group, but I have heard her say stuff too. I just, I mean, just the whole 8:30 thing in the morning. It could be true, it couldn't be true. But if you're gonna say, like, back it up. If it's something that's that significant, why not just take it to the police and be done with it? Why you got to come out and tell it? You know, because then you get all this bullshit started, like, that is going on right now with that mom that came on and other people who's came on. There's, like I said, there's a guy that was sitting in a hotel room. I can't even think of what his name is now, but he had a phone call with a guy who was talking about the whole house being a drug house and uh, bishops and all this kind of shit. Like, how do you know that? Where's your proof? And it just irritates the fuck out of me. I'm sorry. I'm
It's one of the things about the
just gonna
internet. You
rant.
don't need proof to talk shit.
No.
And the keyboard warriors are the worst kind.
Right. Hey,
Well,
AC, how are you? I'm sorry.
just
Go ahead.
look how bad it was when the defense wanted to talk to, who was it, Bethany, and then the rumors
Yeah.
came out about that. Why the defense wanted to talk to her? And I said, where do you get this from? And you can even see newspaper articles. They're not the major news articles, but they even got stories about
Yes,
what
that
she saw that night.
will back it up, and it's just like, what? It's
Right.
like that would be me, and I think it was just Jason who put it. Jason, North Carolina, that put it in there. Oh, my sources tell me the sky is green. You can literally, there are some people that will get on YouTube and say, y'all, did y'all see that the sky was green today? And there will be people that will believe it and run with it. It's crazy as it is.
Yeah. And then they flip
Oh
flop
shit!
and
I
they
missed
believe
it.
that too.
I
It's
missed it.
just, yes, it is just,
Dang
it's
it.
ridiculous. And these kids, you know, the parents, Mr. Gonzalez, y'all, and some people don't like him. They don't think that he should be talking. The man's daughter is dead. Her friend was murdered along with her, along with two other people that they're friends with. If this man wants to come out and talk, we can't blame him for that. I would
I
be
think
doing just as
we found out a whole lot more from him than we have LE.
Right. And you can't blame him for coming out and being
No.
an advocate for these four kids. And then you've got like with Ethan's family, they only want to talk about Ethan and how he was, and that is fine. That's how they want to do stuff. You never hear them talking about the legal side of it, the courts and all that. They only want to talk about Ethan. But that's what they choose to do, and there's nothing wrong with that because everybody would like to know more about the kids individually and how they were and the type of people they were and all
Right.
that as well. And it's just people will literally put the families down for things that either this one's saying too much or this one's not saying enough. Leave the people alone. Like,
All this chatter online and in print is pissing all over in the jury pool.
yeah,
There's not that many people in that state.
right. Wait, the house was burglarized first. Drug rumors are horrible. It's a defense strategy to cause. Okay, wait, Elizabeth, what do you mean the house was burglarized? Are you talking about because of the charge that he got, that Bryan got? Is that what you're talking about? Uh, you know, Supergirl to talk about their son. Exactly, Betty Joe. I mean, if they want to talk about that, if they want to be on the positive side of it, let them be on the positive side of it. There's nothing wrong with that. People, no, I mean, you can't please everybody. Hey, P Fox, and no matter what these families do or say or don't say or whatever, they're going to get criticized, which is ridiculous.
Now, how many of the girls that we know have had boyfriends? I mean, legit boyfriends.
Maddie had been with Jake 2 years, or I think I want to say a couple of weeks ago. I seen Jake had posted something like a happy anniversary to Maddie, and I think I read it on here. I think it was like their 2 year anniversary. So they were together right at 2 years when the murders happened. Kaylee had off and on with Jack Decor, and then of course Xana and Ethan were together.
Okay, now what about the other two girls, Dylan and Bethany? Do they have boyfriends?
Dylan is dating a guy named Quinn Kelly. I don't know how long they've been together. I think he goes to college in Boise, and that's where he lives at. Now, Bethany, I don't know. We haven't really heard anything about her, and I don't know how long Dylan and Quinn had been together.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, no problem.
Now Dylan's boyfriend, he's like more on the rough side looking.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of looks like he wants to be a gangster, but
Right. And
you
I
know,
think that's where they get, I think that's where they justify, oh, well, they must have been into drugs or whatever,
yeah, I don't know. It's just
which is
if
stupid.
if you could bring me something that said that one of the like a rap sheet with these girls or it's just any of these victims or even Dylan and Bethany, this says that they've been arrested for drugs or that the house has been raided and they found drugs, okay, but they can't even produce that.
No.
And there's people worried about, well, why haven't we seen pictures of the bodies being taken out of the house? Why do you need to see a picture of the bodies being
Yeah.
taken out of the house?
That's just morbid.
I mean, it's just it's gotten where it's ridiculous. Honestly,
Yeah. I mean, the thing of it is like you were saying, if they would say the sky is green, that there's people that would believe them. But
right?
then if they go back and say, oh, well, no, I was wrong, the sky is blue, they're like, oh, the flip-flopping is just fine too, which
Right?
I don't get. It's like either it is or it isn't. And
Yeah,
the news does the same thing.
true.
Well, that's why I say you follow science, you follow facts, you follow evidence, not feelings,
Right.
Hey,
and
Tiff Fan, how are
that's gonna
you?
lead you right to it. But people put emotional feelings in this thing,
Right.
and
I mean,
speculation will get you in trouble every time.
Oh, yeah.
it's okay to put opinions in, like I said, give a theory about And like we've been talking, could this have happened? Could that happen? There's nothing wrong with that until somebody goes and says, I know this as a fact, but you have no facts to back it up. You have no proof to back that up.
Well, they
Now,
expect you guys to back it up with the receipt. I mean,
Exactly.
Scarlett, I
It's
do have one question I want to ask you.
okay.
When they said his phone pinged like 12 times near the house,
hmm
was that all in one day?
No, I think it was 12 different occasions.
Okay, so once again,
The only
if there's is he still, do we know if he was still addicted to the black tar?
that I don't know. I according to the girl that was friends with him out in Pennsylvania, the one who says that she took him to get some stuff that she didn't know that that's where she was taking him because he had lied to her.
Sure.
She says, and she shows some messages between him and her, and he said that he was in rehab, and she said that she saw him. What was it, like a couple of years after that, and he looked healthy. He didn't look like he was on anything, but that if he was in Washington, I don't know.
Black tar heroin is not a functional drug. You're not going to be a full time student and a teacher's aide and having any kind of job or any. I just don't see it.
Isn't that something that kind of like puts you like
You
a, I
drop.
don't know,
It's an
like a
opioid.
downer?
It's an
Okay.
opioid.
Okay.
Most people, if they're smoking it or shooting it, they take a dose and they fade out.
Okay. Real quick, Elizabeth. Okay, so he got the burglary charge because he entered the house with the intent to commit a felony, which was the four murders, and that's how they got him with the burglary charge as well. So he didn't go in and steal anything and catch a charge like that. It was based off of him entering the house with
It's
the
a
intent to.
technicality charge.
Yeah, it's. I guess the way someone else, there was another attorney that was talking about it one time, and he said it's kind of like a backup charge, if that makes sense. Like if there's something that they need to drop, like as far as like a plea deal or something, they could be like, okay, well we can drop the burglary charge.
Yeah, almost every
You know,
DUI case has a backup charge of some sort.
yeah. And so
Oh,
that's how they got it, or that's why they added it. It's because he entered, and yes, allegedly, thank you, baby boop, that he entered the house with the intent to commit a felony, and that's where it comes from. Y'all, my chat.
well, I feel like he's going to be found guilty, and I also feel like that 8 hour time period, that's going to be a road bump, but they'll get
hmm
through it. They'll get through
Right.
that. And there might be a few other little minor things they'll get through. But I think at the very end, when it's after the jury deliberates, they're going to come back with guilty.
Yeah.
Tonka
I
made a
mean,
comment. Tonka made a comment in chat. I just want to address real quick. Most addicts are quite capable of holding down a job. They they maintenance dose for the day and get ripped on their downtime. There are a lot of people that are like that. That's true. But the majority of people that get hooked on a hard drug like black tar um, are not functional addicts. And I'm sure with a quick Google search, I can probably come up with some stats for you. But my personal experience with people that have used that drug, um, I've found them blowing spit bubbles on the floor
oh wow. Hey, Callie, how are you?
more than once. And it really is a personal thing. Some people can handle it, some people can't. In
Yeah.
my experience, the people that I've known that have used heroin were not able to maintain. But you're right, some people can.
Okay, let me hold on. I just got a message I need to read real quick. Okay. But yeah, I mean, and that's just like the people that was coming out talking about Bryan. There was the girl that came out and said she went on a Tinder date with him. I don't think she proved that she went on a Tinder date with him. The girl that was friends with him, there was a picture of her and Bryan at their friend's wedding. But we really don't know what she said about him, because then there's been another guy that's came out, and I finally got to watch Sleuthy sing the other day, an interview of a guy that's claiming that he was friends with Bryan back in high school and saying that what everybody else is saying about Bryan ain't true, that he wasn't
Right.
like that. So you get stories from he's a bad dude. No, he really wasn't like that, and it's one of those things. You gotta wait for the evidence. As bad as I'm a very impatient person, as bad as I hate to have to wait, just have to wait for the evidence to be presented and show proof. If they can't prove that he's the one that done it, do I think he needs to go to jail for life and be on death row? No, because they need to prove that he's the one who done it. But if they prove that he done it, 1,000%, yeah, he needs to be. He
Yeah.
needs to get the death penalty. He needs
Totally
to, but that's if the evidence proves that he done it. And that's not me in no way defending him or nothing like that. It's just the evidence needs to be presented and proof that he in fact did it. Miss Chewy, they're no longer with the channel, honey. And that's not just with Bryan, that's with anybody who is involved in a case like this. Okay, and Big Al, me and you were talking last night when we were talking about the new search warrants that came out. I think it was last night. I actually had time today to sit down and look at them. And they were different ones. I don't know why they went through and did new search warrants on these 6 different things.
So it actually is a new page. It's not the same page.
No, they're new ones. I went through and looked through each one of them. I had on one screen the new ones that was dropped a couple of days ago. Then on my other screen, I had the old ones, and did the dates and all that and the different things that they were asking for. Now, I don't know if they come through and there was 6 new ones. I think it's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 6 new ones. I don't know if it was something that they were looking for the first time and they didn't find it in the date ranges that they were looking for. So they went back to an earlier date or a different date time frame altogether, or what. But it is the AT&T, Google, Reddit, Snap. The Strava one is completely new. They didn't even do that one before. And then TikTok. And which one do I have pulled up here now? Hold on. This one is okay. So this is AT&T. So whenever they did the first document dump that they did, there was 2 AT&T ones involved in that one, 2 search warrants. One was obtained November the 16th, served November the 17th, and then the second one was obtained on December the 23rd, served on December the 23rd. One was Detective Mallory, one was Payne. And what did they... Hold on, I gotta go to my other page. I've got like 4 different pages I have to look at because I had to write all these different things down. So the first one, they needed data between November the 13th from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. Then the second one, it says, okay, that one doesn't say what phone it was that they were looking for, like what data or whatever. Well, when this new one came out the other day, which is the one that I have pulled up here, the search warrant was obtained March the 30th of 2023, served April the 3rd. And it was for June the 23rd to August the 1st. And it was for 2 different phone numbers, but it doesn't say who those 2 different phone numbers were. So this is all the same stuff that I read before. It's just talking about the Zoom call that they had before and all this and that. So I'm not reading all this and that. It is dated May the 31st. It's just stating that it is hereby ordered that the record herein shall be disclosed, except for the following: the affidavit in support for the search warrant is sealed, the search warrant and the receipt and inventory be redacted, and the order will remain in effect until a further further order of the court. All right, so I'm just gonna go through all of this. I'm not reading all this tonight. I can post a link where y'all can go through and read it if y'all want to, because it is a lot to read. I'm just going down to the return of the search warrant. This is Officer Mowry. He's the one that got the warrant. And then and I got to zoom it out just a little bit because it's too hard for me to read when it's that big. But it does say that on March the 30th, he obtained the search warrant for AT&T. It was served on April the 3rd by email. April the 12th, he received an email from AT&T which contained the requested information. Just about all of it is redacted though. But it doesn't have a description of the property or anything like that of what they got back. But here is the search warrant. Okay. I think this is the one that they don't say who it's for 2 different phone numbers, but they're not saying who the 2 phone numbers is. But it says, Lawrence Mowry have given me proof upon oath this day showing probable cause establishing grounds for issuing a search warrant, and there is probable cause to believe that the property referred to and sought in or upon said premises consists of evidence of the crimes of homicide and burglary occurring at 1122 King Road in Moscow on or about November 13th, to include user account information, location data, and stored communications held by AT&T described in further detail as following. And then they're wanting it for the time period of June 23rd to August the 1st. And I can't remember. No, it was a Snap one that we were talking about, wasn't it, Big Al? That we had pulled up
That
last
was the
time?
one that I saw posted was for Snapchat
Snap.
records.
Okay.
For I think it was 2 or 3 names that were redacted, and then the other kids.
Okay, I'll do that one next. So this is what the latest one is. Hey, Richard, how are you? That they're looking for, and then it has the 2 numbers here, but it doesn't say who the 2 numbers are that they're looking for.
That was what there were 2 unknowns, so that must be the new part.
Okay.
Unknown. So yeah, the unknown at this time. I think that's new.
Okay, yeah. So that's the one they don't.
That looks like what she had posted, but
Okay.
she only had 2 pages posted.
It was probably just the search warrant itself, and then I know the other one was the Snap one where it had the kids' names or whatever, and she had those highlighted.
I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe I just never even saw this at all, and I'm just completely nuts. I don't know.
Well, this one here, they were wanting the 2 wireless numbers for AT&T. I know that Bryan had an AT&T phone that came out. He got it, I think, in June of last year, right around the time that he moved there, because there was like this big thing that came out saying that AT&T, that there was, I don't remember if they used the word SKs or something like that, but that's the cell phone service that they go with was AT&T, because it does something different than other companies do or whatever. I remember that being said. So
if you believe in conspiracy theories and some of the stuff that flies around out there, AT&T is basically run by 3-letter agencies.
Okay. Well, maybe that was what it was. I remember it being said though that he did switch and got a new phone number, new carrier, and all that in June of 2022. I just seen somebody. I could have swore I just seen somebody tag me in something on here. Okay, so that is that, and there is basically all the same stuff, just basically call detailed records and all that they're asking for in it. So I'm not going to read it all like I usually do, because it basically says the same thing as all the other ones did. So let me grab the next one. And I don't know why they're wanting all of this new search warrants. Like, did they not find something in the first ones? Because everyone that they did, except for the Strava, they had already done.
If they're new subscribers, maybe they're looking at somebody else that was Snapchatting with some of the kids.
Well, every one of them that they're asking for, though, is just the kids or Bryan or Dylan and Bethany.
Or 2 unknown subjects.
Well, yeah,
unknown subscribers.
That
So
could be.
maybe they
true.
found snaps between some of the kids and these unknown subscribers, and they're trying to figure out who
Or
the hell
could
they
be
are.
those. Okay. Yeah,
Because
that is true.
it is well known that Snapchat for a long time was used to proliferate drug deals. That information
Kind of like
readily
Venmo.
available on Google. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let me grab this one now. Hold this one up. I think this is the one we were looking at last night, and I was trying to figure out the dates, and I actually had time to sit down and look at the dates, which very rarely ever happens. Okay, let me get to this page. All right.
Betty Joe, Snapchat disappears for the user, and it notifies if there's a screenshot taken, I believe, but it doesn't disappear on the back end, which is why they're subpoenaing Snapchat for records, because it's still there. The users just can't see it. I don't know how long they keep it for. It'd be an interesting thing to research.
If you have Snapchat and somebody, you said if somebody screenshots it, it tells the other person.
That's what I've been told. I'm not a Snapchat user.
I've never
That was a
used
big
it.
point of contention during the Rodney case, because all those kids were using Snapchat, and there were a lot of people in a lot of the panels that were very versed in Snapchat, and all of them said the same thing, that when you take a screenshot, it notifies the other person that you did that. Because a lot of people use Snapchat for nudes and other lewd things and whatever, and I guess then someone took a screenshot.
I did not know that. I've never used it.
I haven't either. I just my exposure is the Rodney case and the hours of conversation about it.
I mean, I did a long time ago, but it's been ages since I've used it. I know they like it because it disappears, or so they think.
Yeah, that's what I always thought it did. It would just like if there's a snap or whatever it is that they call it, then after so long it disappears or whatever.
Yeah, or once you view it.
I had one of the younger kids that works for me tell me that a lot of these kids now are using like Xbox and PlayStation.
Oh yeah.
Game chats, because they're just nobody looks at it, I guess.
Oh wow.
They think.
Well, they think, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to ask my son because I didn't know that the whole notification of somebody else as a screenshot. But I know that I don't know if my oldest one uses it or not.
I don't remember. I think I got notified as far as that there was one, but I don't know if it was. Maybe I just didn't have my alerts set properly on the thing.
Yeah.
So if you do a simple Google search and ask if Snapchat notifies of a screen record or a screenshot that says in 40 milliseconds, the answer is yes. Snapchat notifies said person when you take a screen record of their photo or stories. If the Snapchat app detects someone is screen recording someone else's Snap stories, it will notify the person involved with a double green arrow icon beside the recorder's name.
Oh, wow.
Whoa. Well, that's actually good.
Yeah, because some people want to get a little bit screenshot happy with stuff.
Oh,
and and just and will screenshot shit for no reason, really.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so maybe that's a good thing then. Maybe
well, at least they know somebody's putting something out about it.
Right. Yeah.
So they can dispute it.
Well, I know there are a couple of stories going around about people talking to, I forget what that one crazy girl's name was that was in the middle of all of it, who was like the ringleader. Having a brain fart.
Sammy?
Yeah, Sammy. She had multiple Snapchats and she was communicating with people during the investigation, supposedly.
That was just like a total foobar in my opinion.
But that person she was communicating with was grabbing screen grabs, and Sammy killed that Snapchat account, supposedly.
Oh, wow.
You got to be careful what you believe on YouTube. Obviously, I don't know how true it was, but
I had never heard of like VSCO until Kylie's case, and that's kind of like like a platform, sort of like Instagram. And so we got to looking into it and all that, and there's all these kids out there that's got all these VSCO accounts and posting all these pictures and all that.
Yeah, there are pages and pages on Google about screen recording in Snapchat.
That is
I get it
crazy.
is a thing. I mean, I just like I
Yeah,
said,
because
it
like I
wasn't an app
said,
I ever used.
yeah, I've never used it, but I mean, it makes sense that they would let someone know because, like I said, there are some people out there in this world who get screenshot happy. So that makes sense. They would, let them know or whatever.
I don't even like texting. I like speaking to people. I have a real hard time with. I have a hard time with
Amen
employees.
to that.
I have a hard time with employees wanting to text to call. Let me know they're not coming to work.
Yeah,
And I
that's
tell
not
them
going to
all when
work.
I hire them, texting is not an official way of communication with me. I'm going to ignore it. You need to call me.
Yeah, we at AT&T we told them the same thing. Don't you be don't you be texting it. My sister is one of those that she will like spend forever like 10 pages of text message and I
Oh, that
reply
drives me
back
insane.
with 3 words, and
Uh,
if you really would like to talk to me, just please pick up the phone because I'm not reading all of this crap.
And that's why I got worried the other night when my daughter called at like 11:30 because she never calls anybody. It's always a text message. Hey, Ivani, how are you?
yeah, that's one of the newfangled things that I just never grabbed onto.
Yeah, I mean where I'm at because the cell service out here isn't the best. But no matter what carrier you have, it's just easier to text for me.
Yeah, it'll go through when nothing else will. But I
Right,
mean, I love texting. I don't have any problem with texting. It's just if you're going to write a book, why don't you pick up a
just
phone?
call. Katie, how are you? Hey, Ray Jones, how are you? Let me check my. Hold on, because I'm not on. Uh, I gotta move some stuff around here real quick so I can see my.
I know you're not on Twitter.
Wait, I'm not. Yes, I am. Oh, well, I am now.
Haha, told you.
You're funny.
I had it pulled up, but it was on another. It's on the other monitor behind my YouTube chat.
Yeah, I started going to one creator that apparently you went to for a long time and were there with the Kylie Rodney thing, and then you left shortly thereafter. And
Are you talking
uh,
about me?
yeah, and
Yeah.
I never saw you anyplace until I came here, and I really had enjoyed what you were saying back then. So I was glad that I found you again. And Riddler and I, we just follow each other all over the internet.
I try to stick. I try to stick with the people that are more factual.
Yeah,
And the one you're talking about, there was just too much grifting going on. It was all about the
there.
money.
Yeah, there is, and it's like every 10 minutes they're laughing, and it's
Yeah.
like, okay. I mean, I get. I've really I've really lost a lot of respect. Let me just say that.
Yeah,
I'm
me
just
too. I gravitated to this one. I sat and listened to I think 2 or 3 panels, and I said, you know what? These people are really respectful. The chat's respectful. There's a lot of
yeah.
really knowledgeable people that It's just it's a good spot.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I
I was
I had
really
to
glad
work
when
for.
Joe introduced me.
I had to work for Big Al subscription.
Oh, that's a
I'm sure you
lie. You
did
didn't have
after
to
that one.
work for it. I just wanted to make sure after what I went through before and how
Yeah.
much work I put in trying to help that person, at their request.
Yeah.
It was like, okay, if I'm gonna do this again, because
Well,
I don't
that's
know.
how I
I
am
I
too.
have a lot of life experience for a guy that's 53 years old. I've had a lot of jobs and a lot of technology experience in the last 20 years, and if I could share it, cool.
Yeah.
I like to. It's
Yeah, and I watched for a long time. I mean, before I subscribed too, with because I wanted to make sure this was not a one-off thing or whatever. And so while I was in school, I did a lot of lurking. So that way I could, you don't have to engage. You get to kind of really see what's going on if you're just sitting back doing nothing. And I didn't have time to get in the chat or anything anyway because I was studying. But you learn a lot by doing that as well.
I'll be honest with you. Before the Rodney case, I didn't even know this part of YouTube existed. And
I think a lot of
was
people found it then.
I was Googling something about that case because I was reading about it in the newspaper on a newspaper article, and it interested me. And all of a sudden, YouTube started popping up shit. And
Oh, yeah.
I popped into Zav Girl's panel, and ended up on
I
that
did
panel.
too.
Ended up on that panel with Ryan and Zav and
I was there
I think
that night.
Sleuthy
You
was
did
there.
that.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, I was.
That was a great live, man. That was an
It was.
awesome panel.
It was. And Bryan, bless his heart, I think he really meant to try to do good. I really
He did.
do. He just got
He's just too much going on in this world,
too
man.
much. Yeah.
But I think he did. I think he tried to use his position, that whole
Yeah.
superpower
too.
thing, use it for good. I mean, he tried to use this platform for good, and he got hung up
And it
in
just
his.
backfired on him.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'll be honest, I don't listen to his music. I'm 61, so I don't listen to his music or anything, but I follow him on a couple of platforms, and he's actually messaged me, and I'm like, I just want to tell you that I give you a lot of honor and respect because of, the way he's just so respectful, and he's such a wonderful guy. And, I'm like, so I'm one of your fans, but not because of your music, because you are who you are. You don't find that hardly anymore these days.
No, you don't. No, real people are far and few between.
Yeah.
I started getting on the crime channels, and I found it by mistake. Remember the case in Savannah where the little boy was missing?
Oh,
Leilani, is that right?
Oh,
Quentin Simon.
Quentin Simons.
Yeah, I could
It was that and the bridge man, the guy that
Delphi.
Is that what that is? Delphi. Okay.
Yeah, that's Delphi.
There's when I first got in. I said, "Hey, this is neat. People are investigating like this," and I think it's healthy when done right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't start getting into it on YouTube until Lori stuff started coming out.
I mean, I followed for a long time, but I never engaged or anything,
Mm-hmm.
I would just sit back and listen. And then when we had the Debbie Collier one, I was like wanting to talk so badly. I'm like, you guys don't understand a 50-year-old Southern woman. I mean, please. Yeah. So, it's not like nowadays that the girls go out with no makeup, their hair's trashed, and I'm like, please let me up there. So that's when I started going up, because I was like, you guys just don't get it.
Yeah, I didn't even know what the Krama thing was.
No, I didn't need
until
that.
a couple months into it, and then I caught a couple of those channels, and I was like, "Whoa, what is this shit?
Yeah,
these people are nuts."
And I don't want no part of that.
Yeah, to me, it's a mind exercise, and I think it's good to exercise your mind and share ideas and opinions with people, even if you don't know them.
Yeah, I mean, let's put it this way. My husband, he's not into this stuff, and so it gives me an outlet where I don't have to talk to him about it.
Let me ask a question real quick.
Okay.
BK was found with an ID, and I believe it was stuffed in his glove or near his glove.
In a glove in a box.
But we don't know whose ID that is, right?
No.
Yeah, see, there's other channels running off with that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they have said that allegedly it was 2 IDs and that they were 2 different women's IDs, but they were not any females that was from the house. Now, that came out on Dateline.
Yeah, and I heard also it was a Pennsylvania ID. And that's where people see, that's what I'm saying. We don't know.
Right.
And that's where people ran with that. And then ironically, what do you think came up next?
Dana Smithers.
Right.
Yep.
And even when the police came out and says, we have no evidence against this guy. and people still want to go jump in on that.
And
Yeah.
see, on the warrant returns, whenever they arrested him that night, all it said was, I don't think it even gave a number of IDs. I think it just said IDs in a glove in a box. I think it's, I'd have to go back and look, but I think that's how it said it. I don't think it even had any number. And all of a sudden, whenever Dateline comes out, it's, well, there were two IDs. And I'd said this before. It could have been like some of his old college IDs. It could have been old driver's license, because some people do keep their old license whenever you have to renew them.
Yeah.
It could have been high school IDs. It could have been a library cards. Like, we don't know what they were. They're just, people are running with stuff. And that's probably why the Pennsylvania police had to come out and say that he has nothing to do. He's not connected with Dana Smithers' case.
Right. Because that's the first place their mind went.
All right, so let me get back over on this. So this is the document for Snapchat. Let me make sure I got all my papers here in order. All right, so there's been 3 Snapchat search warrants total now. This one that's pulled up is the third one. The first one was obtained on 11/21/22, and it was served the same day. The second one was obtained on 11/21 and served the same day. This one here that I have pulled up on screen was obtained March the 30th of this year, served on April the 3rd. Now, I do want to point something out. I may have to zoom this in a little bit and try to fix this on screen where everybody can see it, because I don't know if it's going to let me highlight this or not. But there is a spot on here that I just seen on another video that they had highlighted. And this has been on every document. And when I will post a link to the website that has all the documents for Bryan Kohberger's court stuff on here. But it says the same thing. Let's see. I think it's not going to let me highlight it. But it says right here that any redaction or of the record related to the search warrant for the following reasons: the documents contain highly intimate facts or statements, the publication of which would be highly objectionable to a reasonable person. The documents or materials contain facts or statements that might threaten or endanger the life of safety of individuals. It is necessary to temporarily seal or redact the documents or materials to preserve the right to a fair trial. And then number 4, the materials would disclose investigating techniques and procedures. That is said on every one of them. There's another channel that is like highlighting it and all that. Everyone that I've ever read on here, all that whole big document dump of all the different search warrants that they had put out a few months ago, they all said the same thing. So it's just, what do you call, like legal jargon or whatever. But this was signed May the 31st. And it's the same thing. The affidavit in support of the search warrant is sealed. The search warrant and the receipt and inventory is to be redacted, and the order will remain in effect until further order of the court. And Megan Marshall is the one that signed that on the 31st of May. All right, so this is just the order temporarily sealing the search warrant and the related documents. And I'm just going to go down. This is just all different. That's an order. There's so many documents within one document. Okay, so I want to go to the second page of this one. All right, so this is also from Lawrence Mowry. He's the one that obtained most of these search warrants and served most of them. I think there was only a couple of them that Payne done. So this one was obtained on March the 30th, served on on April the 3rd. He received an email from Snapchat which stated the files were available to download on April the 12th. And then April the 13th, he says he downloaded the data files containing the requested information. Okay, and that's just his signature. This is a receipt and inventory of the warrants, and it is for Xana Kernodle with identifier, and that has been redacted. Kaylee Gonzalez with identifier, which has been redacted. Ethan Chapin with identifier, which has also been redacted. And then the fourth one here has been redacted with identifier that has been redacted. There's another one. I'm assuming these are probably going to be Dylan and Bethany, possibly. And then Madison Mogan with identifier that's been redacted. All right, let me get past these pages because them are all part of it. And then this is the search warrant. Lawrence Mowry have given me proof upon oath. This day showing probable cause, establishing grounds for issuing a search warrant, and probable cause to believe that there is information regarding the crimes of homicide and burglary occurring at 1122 King Road in Moscow on or about November the 13th for the following Snapchat accounts between June the 23rd and August the 1st. So this one, hold on, I gotta go back to another page here. So the other two that they had originally done was from August the 1st of 2022 to November the 20th. So whatever they were looking for, they might not have found. And that is the reason why they went for an earlier date from June the 23rd to August the 1st with this one. But it's for Xana, Kaylee, Ethan, Dylan, Bethany, which they have redacted their full names, and then Maddie. And then the identifiers have been redacted as well. So this is the one Big Al that Sleuthy had posted that she had this part right here that we were trying to figure out that was highlighted or whatever.
Highlighted. Yep.
Yeah. So that was it. Like I said, once I sit down today and went to looking at like the old ones versus these, that for whatever reason there's just 6 of them that they came out with that they had issued additional warrants for. I got to looking at each one of them has different dates of time frames that they were looking for information in. So,
well, Sleuthy posted something early this morning about the Strava warrant.
Yeah, I've got it too, and I even got into where I can look at Bryan's on his Strava account, his run that he did.
Well, she finally answered me. She said she's super sick.
Yeah, I seen where
that was all. That was all I got out of her. So
yeah,
she must be feeling really bad.
I seen where she had posted yesterday about being sick. All right, let me pull up the Strava one now. And Strava is this is the only one they've ever done. Is this one here? There wasn't any other ones. Now I don't know if there's been any since this one, and they just haven't released that one yet. But this is the only one so far. And I will pull up Bryan's his Strava thing because it does show his route that he took. There's only one run that's in it. And it was August 21st, 22nd, I believe it was. It shows he ran like 1.38 miles in like 6 minutes. Okay. Let's see. This one was also signed on May the 31st as well. Every one of these 6 that has been put out was signed May the 31st. But I'm going to go straight down to the return of the warrants. This one says, Officer Mowry, the officer by whom this warrant was executed do certify that the appended inventory contains a true and detailed account of all the property taken by me or other officers pursuant to the warrant, and that the warrant and the property have been duly returned before Judge Megan Marshall at 11 o'clock a.m. on the 22nd day of March of this year. So he signed that, and then it says right here that he obtained the warrant on February the 26th. The warrant was served on March the 1st. Then March the 15th, he received an email notifying him of the data that was available to be downloaded. Downloaded it on March the 21st. And then the receipt and the inventory of the warrants, it's just for an IMEI number, which has been redacted. It looks like there's something above it on the line above it that has been redacted too.
Well, the IMEA number, I forget how many digits it is. That looks
They're
about
like pretty long,
the right
right?
size. Yeah, they're pretty long.
Okay. So the search warrant says, so Lawrence Murray have given me proof upon the oath that this station on probable cause, establishing grounds for issuing a search warrant, and there is probable cause to believe that the property referred to and sought in or upon said premises consists of the information related to the investigation into the crimes of homicide and or burglary at 1122 King Road in Moscow, occurring on or about November 13th, on all Strava accounts linked by recovery email, cookie, Android ID, creation IP, or phone number associated with the following identifiers.
Ooh, they covered all the bases there, boy.
Yeah, so that has been redacted, and then the IMEI number has been redacted, and they're wanting it between June the 27th and December the 30th.
See that there's one word there that they grouped into that is so broad, and that's the word cookie.
Mm-hmm.
So any cookie that they can find from any digital anything he has that he didn't get rid of, get buried
They're
his
going
ass.
to get it.
Yeah.
Well, this one here, they're wanting identifiers including but not limited to real name, athlete ID, IP address, and or email addresses, personal information including but not limited to physical characteristics, payment information, commercial information to include but not limited to records of purchases, the biometric information to include but not limited to exercise data, internet or other electronic network activity information to include but not limited to session logs, geolocation data to include but not limited to physical location of the recorded activity, all activity logs and connection devices, including but not limited to all segments, routes, challenges, clubs, friends, and follows. Contacts, electronic, visual, or similar information to include but not limited to photos located at the following premises, which is, it has just the Strava Incorporation and their address. And they give them 14 days to get it back to them.
The other one that stands out for me is biometric information.
Well, like on the Strava account, because I had to make an account in order to get into it so you could like go and search for him and look at his stuff or whatever. Of course, there are people who has followed him. Some of them have left comments on there. But I don't think he followed anybody, but I will pull it up and because it does show his the route that he ran. Or I'm spelling this wrong. Hold on. Let me get into it real quick and then I will pull it back up.
Kelly, biometrics could be his fingerprints, iris scan, facial recognition. That's why I said that's an interesting word. Because biometrics covers a lot of things. And I don't know what that app grabs. Is it, I mean, if you're wearing an Apple Watch, is it doing a constant EKG? Because everybody's heart rhythm is different. It's like a fingerprint.
Okay. So this is his thing. Did it pull up?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. So
Well-
it's saying.
Oh.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say what Big Al said there about does it keep track of your heartbeat? Yes. And it's so much so that when I'm like really concentrating on painting a fingernail, I don't breathe and my watch will tell me to breathe.
Really?
Yeah.
My cook is like that. He does it all the time. He'll be building a sandwich or something, and he'll stop breathing.
Yeah. You're really, because, Well, mine, we're talking about a fingernail, so it's like every little breath or anything can mess you up. But I tend to hold my breath a lot, and it'll tell me breathe. So if it'll tell me to breathe, and it does on the back of your watch, it has a little light that just at a regular space, it does check your heartbeat.
I'd be curious to read the
Wow.
terms of service for this application that you have to agree to. I
Wait,
mean,
you know,
we never read it. It's like 30 pages of
no,
nonsense, but buried in there somewhere
it's
could
something
be, hey,
important.
this app is grabbing this, that, and the other thing that we don't even
Right.
show you on your dashboard.
Well, I tell you also, this watch, if I was to get into a fairly decent wreck, it would alert my husband.
Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Hold on just a second, y'all.
Yeah, my cardiologist wanted me to get an Apple Watch, and I said, I'm not getting an iPhone, dude. Sorry,
I love
can't
my
do it. I
iPhone.
need more than one button on my phone. I just can't.
I love my iPhone.
I just can't do it. I tried. I just
No, that's why there's more than one different kind of
the whole
phone.
iTunes thing just didn't work for me. I just couldn't do it.
There's some things I like about both.
I just love being able to plug my phone into my computer and drop music or media onto it without having to go through iTunes
Yeah.
to do it.
Yeah, I will
That's
agree.
my main reason. That and the one button thing.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I'm listening I don't really do that. So the ringtones really kind of aggravate me though. But I
Yeah,
hardly ever get
that's
on
nice with
iTunes.
Android. You can just drag and drop them right onto your phone. It's pretty
Yeah.
sweet. I've got a car alarm for my ringtone for my phone when like if anybody from the bar calls
Oh
me, it
my
sounds like a car
God.
alarm going off.
Oh Lord.
Super loud. Oh God, Betty Joe, you have way more patience than me. I could never do a different ringtone for every contact.
Oh, I do.
Oh, I think I'd go crazy. It'd be cool, but I don't think I could ever have the patience for it.
And then if it's somebody I don't know, it has that Frozen song on it. Let it go. Let it go.
That might be spam.
Yeah. I hear that. I don't answer. I could care less.
I don't use no ringtones. Whatever they provide, that's what I use.
Hey, Ray.
Hey,
See,
how you guys doing?
the problem with that, Ray, is that when you're in a room with 15 other people just like you,
Yeah.
you're
Yeah,
constantly looking at your freaking phone.
well, my shit is off. The volume's always off. I screen everything. I deal with the government sometimes, and like I tell them, hey, you gotta text me because I screen all my calls, and if I don't
Yeah.
know you and you don't leave a message, I'm not getting back.
That's exactly what I tell people too. You want me, you better text me, tell me who you are, and then I'll answer the phone.
We have all these realtors calling down here in Florida. And hey, you want to sell your home? Here's what I
Oh
got
my
to offer.
God.
Oh, Minnesota's like that too, brother.
Oh, is it?
Oh,
Okay.
So
it's
bad right
terrible
now.
here.
It's so bad.
And they
We have
won't take
rental
no for an
properties.
answer.
You know, in
Yeah.
my little town of, I think we have around 400 people now in our town. They came in and bought up everything for sale, every rental, and it's all Airbnbs now.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
There's
We
no
have
place to
rentals.
rent here.
We have rentals. It drives me crazy. I don't know how many times they get a hold of me. I'm like, no.
I wish they'd call me and try to buy the bar. I'd sell it to them tomorrow. I thought about calling BlackRock and giving them a deal. It seems like they're buying everything else.
Is it the profitability or the problems?
It's the problems. It's just the stress. It's my heart, to be perfectly honest with you. I've got a lot of heart problems right now, and my cardiologist said, "Look, dude, you've been stressed out for too long. You got to stop."
Was that what you went in for that procedure? Did they?
Yeah. They did a cardiac ablation, I think it's called, where they stop your heart and zap you,
Right.
and they had to do it 3 times. This time it was the second
Oh,
time they've done it.
Do they
So,
like give you something to relax?
oh yeah, they knock you out.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
like,
you're out for
geez.
but you're only out for like 5 minutes, maybe at the most.
Well, yeah, but I don't want to be awake being zapped.
Yeah, no, I actually asked them to video it, and they told me no. And the nurse, after they woke me up this time, she goes, "Yeah, it's a good thing we didn't video that one. It was pretty violent." I was like,
See,
"Oh,
that's something I would do.
I just wanted to see what it looked like because they put these big pads. It's like a 10 by 10 rubber pad that they
Yeah,
attach to your back and your chest,
yeah,
and
I know
it's literally
about
like,
that.
I mean, jumper cables. I mean, is the only thing I
Yeah,
can
it's
just. That's
true.
what it's like, and I
It's
wanted
true.
to know.
I used to ask for a mirror when I got dental work done. I watched it all.
That I could not do.
I could.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I'm a little on the weird side. What are we looking at here? His run? What happened to Scarlett?
She muted herself.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. I thought I unmuted
She's
myself.
talking away.
Like,
No,
we
I
were
was.
just waiting for you to talk.
Well, I said, can everybody see it? Okay, and Lady B's like, now what are we looking at? So it's almost like she was answering me that. Can everybody see this? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure because some of it is a little bit smaller writing, but see if this. All right, so right.
I'm having to squint a little bit, but I can see it.
Well, that's because you're old and you're blind.
Hey, be nice.
All
He
right,
resembles
so
that.
this is for Bryan Kohberger. It's for August the 4th of 2022. He did this run at 12:45 in the morning. Which
12:45 in the morning.
In the morning, yes. It's in the little orange part right here. It's super hard
That
to
is
see.
hard to
Probably. Let me see because I know some people are looking at it on a phone, and it's probably
It is really
hard
little
for
on the phone.
You want to get ate by a bear?
All right,
12:45
right
a.m.
there.
Who's
Yeah.
running?
Now I
We just had a
figured.
bear attack here the other night.
Oh well. Hey Gina Marie. I figured maybe he was running 12:45 in the morning because of it. Maybe it was too hot during the day to run.
When was this?
August the 4th.
Yeah, I guess it could be hot now.
So, and I don't know how hot it gets in Washington that time of the year, but it might have been too hot for him or something during the day, or maybe he just didn't have time during the day to do it.
Maybe he's just a night owl.
True.
I follow a YouTuber in Idaho, and it gets hot there.
So that could have been the reason. Hey, Sunflower Dragon, how are you? So that could have been the reason why he was doing it. But he ran 1.38 miles, and he ran it, and the total time of his movement was 8 minutes and 31 seconds, but the mile itself was in 6 minutes and 8 seconds.
It's a pretty quick mile.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if are the prosecution, are they like trying to get this information off of this account because they're trying to prove that he's physically fit to do a crime like this?
I know I hate running, and the best run time I had for 2 miles in the Army was under 12 minutes.
I only run when there's flashing lights behind me. Period.
I don't run at all.
Me neither.
Yeah, I walk now.
So
I'm like you. I'm like you. I think they're looking at this to show that this guy's healthy enough
right
to commit these crimes in that short amount of period because everybody's got in their head, it's going to take forever to get this done.
Yeah, you think the defense is going to come out and go, there's no way this guy could get this done in that amount of time.
You know, the thing is too, I've always wondered why didn't he park his car farther away and then run there, something that's an easy, not getting out of breath or whatever for him, and then doing it and running back to his car. I've always wondered about that because I think too, one of the guys that he used to run with, didn't he say that they used to run and go over there when they did like their 10 mile?
Over to Moscow?
That area, yeah.
I remember seeing the video of the guy, and I remember him saying that they would always run late at night.
Yeah.
But I don't remember. Yes, but I don't remember if he where he said that they exactly went.
Well, it says right underneath his run time, he just set his PR in the 1 mile,
Mm-hmm.
and he only ran 1.38 miles. Did he just
Right.
like bounce out of the house to see if he could best himself? Because that's
Actually,
not a very long run for people that run.
No, it's not.
okay, I
Maybe
was
he's
answering.
sprinting.
Okay, so what he did, and I don't know if this is gonna let me make this bigger where y'all can see it. Maybe it will.
Oh, I wish we could find that thing because it seems like that guy said that they actually had ran over there because that was the whole thing of his interview was saying that they had run over in that area and then run back home.
Okay, King Scarlet is saying that, yeah, saying yes to you. So that must be that he must have said. I remember seeing the interview, and I remember the part of him saying that they ran late at night.
Yeah. So I'm
But I don't.
wondering if that might been when his phone pinged there too.
Could have been because it did say that most of the time that he was there was always late in the afternoon or early in the morning, like
That's
early
easily
morning hours.
provable. That's
So,
easily provable.
hey Vapor, how are you? Um, so it possibility, but this is the only run he has on this website. It's just this one that was, what was it? What did I say? August the 4th. Where did his? Yeah, August the 4th. All right, so I'm gonna have to. This is the red line is the entire run or whatever. But he didn't leave from his house. This building that's right here is, and I actually had to like go to Google Maps and try to find this building and like Google map it to where he stopped or whatever. This is the recreation building. This, I think it's called the Student Recreation Building at WSU. Because I seen this here and where he went up into this, and I thought it was like maybe a neighborhood or something, like a cul-de-sac that he ran into, which I thought was kind of weird if it would have been, but it looks like that it's just like a business parking lot or whatever. But he runs back out of that, goes through all this, goes through that parking lot there. I think it's either this building or this building over here is the WSU police. And then he ends up going way down here and stopping. This is like some kind of animal research lab. I think that's what it said, probably part of like the veterinarian. Hey, Cherokee Raider, the veterinarian part of the college or whatever. Because I did see where some people were saying, well, he ran all the way to the WSU police department and actually ran past it. Now, I don't know if he had somebody come in and picking him up or if he ran back and he just didn't, like back to where he parked his car and he just didn't track that or whatever, but that is his entire run and the only one that he has on there. So I don't know if maybe he
That's
done
the
it.
only run on there?
That is the only one on here.
So he physically went in there and had to delete a bunch of stuff.
Either that or I figured maybe he done just one run to track himself, to time himself, to see how long it took him or whatever, and maybe didn't track the rest of them, or maybe there is some in there that shows that he went over to Moscow and he went in and deleted them. But I mean, if there's a search warrant for it and they're wanting all that information, they're going to find that too.
I'm so interested in the digital forensics in this case, just because of what he knows.
Right.
Supposedly, of
Went to
what
school
his
for that.
background is. Yeah. And okay, so how much does this guy know?
Yeah,
How
because I
much
wasn't
can
it.
he get done with his knowledge? Because there's people out there that can, they can hide.
Was it cloud forensics? Is that what they said he
Yeah,
went to school
that
for?
was. I think that was his. Was that his major? Cloud forensics, or just one of the classes that
I think it
he
was one of the
TA'd for?
classes.
Yeah, I think it was one of the classes he TA'd for.
But either
If I
way,
remember right.
if there's some runs in there, and he did in fact run from Pullman, it's only what like 9 point whatever miles or whatever. Um, if he did in fact run from Pullman to Moscow, it's not impossible. And he had them in this app, and he deleted them. They will get them, and it will show where he ran. I mean, it literally it shows he ran into this little parking lot right here. If you zoom it in, you can see it better where he runs into the parking lot and then out. So if he runs anywhere, it's going to show his footsteps. Hey, Evie, how are
Do
you?
we know, is this an Apple Watch that he's using? Is that the deal?
Yeah, I was going to
I have
ask, what's he using, a phone or a watch?
Yeah,
I have
I've been
no
sitting here
idea.
talking on mute. So is this a site he has to sign into to use it to log things, or is it
I
Yeah.
believe so.
automatically
I
Is it
would.
used
an
by the
app that goes
device?
to his phone? I mean, I'm real curious.
Well, it says right here Strava Android app.
Okay, so it's Android. So he could do that with a Galaxy Watch
Yeah,
or a Fossil Watch. I have
yeah.
a Fossil Watch that's
Fitbit,
Bluetooth to my Android.
Fitbit.
Or Fitbit, yeah.
So Fitbit
Fitbit
will
can go
do
to
something
Android.
like that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Android pretty much connects with any device, or Apple has to have Apple device.
Right.
I
Yeah,
just have an Android phone and that's it. I don't have all the all the
I got a
other.
Fossil Watch as a gift, and I didn't even know it was a Bluetooth watch until all of a sudden my phone said, "Do you want to connect to your watch?" And I went, "What the what?"
Yeah, let's
Sure,
do
let's
that.
connect to that. And I was like, "All right," and it just doesn't really do much. Certainly not like the Apple Watch does with the heart rate and all that jazz.
I
Yeah.
had one where it was an app where you can compete with someone on the other side of the country,
Oh
and
wow.
could run more miles that week than they did? Could you run a faster mile than they did? And I did that for about 2 weeks. I said, enough of this.
I'd be the
I'm,
smartass that strapped that thing to my dog.
well, that's what I was going to say. I was going to find me a Whippet or a Greyhound and put
There
that
you
on
go.
Yeah,
there. I said, have fun, boy.
There
So in
you
like
other
a
go.
words,
racetrack.
he could have been like doing his running over here on the West Coast, and somebody over in Pennsylvania on the East Coast could have been doing the same thing, and them kind of competing with each other through this app.
Yeah, but let's face it, he doesn't
Hmm.
necessarily. There's no way to prove he's actually running. He could have been in his freaking car.
Well, see, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Because if you're looking at this map, if you look at something like distance on a map, it looks like it's longer than what it actually
Yeah,
is.
always.
So I went through and I wrote down every little road that he went down, starting at this building, went to Google Maps, mapped it all out. And if you drive it, hold on, I got to find my piece of paper where I wrote it down at. So driving, if I'm not mistaken, it was a 5 minute drive. It was 1.3 miles or whatever it was. Um, Driving it was no bicycle was 6 minutes. So if he's running the pace of a person that would be riding a bicycle, so I'm wondering if
Wow,
that's what
that's
he done.
fast.
Because on Google Maps how you can, if you're, you can put it on driving, uh, bicycle, train. I think it's an
Right, right.
option. And for this route right here, it was 6 minutes on a bicycle.
Now, okay, but can't it tell if he's like actually running or if he's driving or riding a bike?
I don't know if it.
I don't know how it records it.
Well,
I mean, a
if the
pedometer records
device
your actual
monitors
step.
Okay, because it
your
says
heart rate,
best.
if the device monitors your heart rate, you could probably correlate.
Yeah, driving is not going to raise your heart rate.
Right. But a
Right.
But like,
bicycle would.
but a
But a
basic,
bicycle and running would.
yeah,
Right.
but a basic
But it
pedometer records your actual steps.
Steps.
but okay, but here if you look right there at the top results, it says best estimated 1 mile effort, and then it has the 608, and then best estimated 1K effort, and then a half-mile effort, and then the 400 meter effort. So I mean, it would have to almost be him running instead of anything else for it to track that, wouldn't it?
Well, it sounds like it's pulling all those numbers off this one run, which is the
Right.
only one that's stored.
Yeah, because it would average out more of them if, which one was his best and all of that. But I mean, I would think that would, hmm.
And see, it doesn't say, like, it don't have its calorie thing over here, and then it has this for the shoes, but it doesn't say anything for that either.
It's
Hold
pretty
on.
hard to do the calorie thing when you eat tree bark.
Oh, that is true too. Hold on, Vapor. Let me grab the link for you.
I'll be eating butter by the cube.
That just sounds nasty. Just
So gross.
butter. But he can't eat butter.
No.
No, I'm talking about me. I be
Oh,
eating butter
okay.
by the cube.
That
I
still don't
love
sound
butter.
good.
Scarlett, this will stop the defense from saying my client has arthritis in the knee and he can't go up and down the stairs,
Yeah.
or he's got a bad hip.
True. King Scarlet, can you hear us?
Yep. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
How,
hello.
how are
Hi,
you?
King
Hi.
Scarlett.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
So I was thinking, could this be that he was trying to take his he's trying to see his time because you need a agility test, a physical agility test for to be a police officer or to be a PO or whatever it is. Out
Hmm.
here, I passed it. It was supposed to be under 8 minutes. I don't know what it would be over there. I barely passed it, but I passed it. And I know police officers, they have one too. I'm not quite sure what it would be over there, but could it be that he was preparing for something like that?
Well, this is in
Possibility.
August, so
But I wonder,
What's
when
the
did
date
he
on this?
August the 4th.
report?
He might have not liked the app. Sometimes I use an app one time. I don't like it. I'll never touch it again.
I'm trying to think of when it was though, the whole him, whenever he was supposed to, when he was applying for the internship and all that.
Yeah,
And
that's
then
what I was thinking.
I'm trying to remember when that email was.
I can't imagine. Would you have to do an agility test for an internship? I mean, you're not a paid employee.
I don't know for the internship, but I know that if he was trying to get into the program as a whole, I don't know how it works over there, but yeah, I was like literally at the last seconds. One of the guys, because there was only two girls when I was doing it, and the rest were guys. One of the guys literally pushed me from behind to the finish line. But yeah, it's crazy. You have to pass that time.
Well, I wish they'd do that with some of the cops we got around here, because I know some of these guys ain't running. Hey, man, no way.
Yeah, they must only do that once. That's to get
Yeah,
to
they're
the
doing it
Yeah,
one
academy.
time. They go straight from there to
Once you
Waffle
get
House.
as
yeah.
soon as you get your foot in the door.
I mean, that is a
Being
good
all the way
question
through.
though.
They
I
should have them tests annually, just like the military.
Yep, we had to run. We had to run once a year and do your push-ups and your sit-ups and all that. And then if that's not just enough, you got to go get a physical once a year, and then you can get urine tested at any time. They
Yeah,
keep
and
doing
you
it.
have to fall, all those push-ups, sit-ups, and run, you have to fall within certain criteria for age, weight, X, so on and so forth. Male or female. They're all
Yeah,
different.
No, it doesn't matter, women or men. It's the same test.
it's the
Well, that
same test, but the women have a different time.
Yeah, they have different time spans. They have different amounts of push-ups within a 2-minute period, different amounts of sit-ups within a 2-minute period.
But like a 5'10" male can weigh, let's say, I'll just throw a number, 190 pounds, whereas a 5'10" female, she can't weigh over 150 pounds. And then you go into the running. Well, the women, they have a longer time to run than the males. Males have to go like, let's say we had to run it under 12 minutes. The females had to run it under 15.
Well, I don't know if it's changed, but they put me right with the men, and I had to do everything they had to do, and I had to pass it.
Are you in the States?
California.
Okay. You
The
said
hardest
over
part,
there, so I didn't know if you were like in Australia or something.
no.
wasn't that guy's name? Wasn't it Chief Jenkins?
I don't remember.
I think it was. I'm trying to see if I can find that email.
I only remember seeing it one time.
I don't think I have it on this computer. Shit, I need to get everything off my old computer and put it
Sleuthy
on this
probably has
computer.
it. Sleuthy might have it on her timeline.
Let's see. Vapor, can you hear us?
Yes. How is everybody?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good.
Hi, Vapor.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello. So I was
I'm
just
high as a mother.
I use Strava all the time, so I was just gonna see if there's anything you guys wanted to clear up or if you wanted to know about it because
Can you delete sessions?
yes.
Okay. That'd be the one thing that I'd be curious about because it doesn't make sense that he'd only have one on there and it's only 1.38 miles.
Do you have to sign into this for like? Do you have to like bring the app up and say I'm starting now?
Yeah, see what it is. So it's an app on your phone. You can use it with, running, biking, whatever you're gonna do. And one of the best things about it is like I can go into my computer before and I can map out my run or my bike or whatever, and it'll line everything out for you and tell you all the distances and everything on it. And then you put it in your like saved routes or whatever. So when you go on your phone when you're in your run or your bike or whatever, you just pick the route like a saved route or a favorite or something, and then it'll pull that up and it'll tell you, basically, it's the same thing as any other app on your phone. If you're in your app, then it's gonna track you. And so like say I picked I had a favorite route or something, and where I was, like I'm at home or something, but that's not where my route starts. It'll tell, it basically gives you the GPS on how to get to your starting point. And then, it also has segments in there for, like this has, half mile and quarter mile segments and stuff. And there are usually, the thing is that you can have friends on your app, or you can go into like best or I don't know how you would call it, but like people in your area and their favorite routes.
You and
You
all
can
this.
look,
You're that?
huh?
Sorry.
What
That's
was
okay.
that? Oh,
So people have saved favorites. So you can go and say you may or may not know this person, but they'll tell you, hey, you should try this. One of my favorites is this. And then it'll tell you how to get there. And then it'll also tell you the starting point, finishing point, and it'll also compare you versus their best. So you basically can compete against somebody on already designated routes or
against yourself on a saved route.
oh yeah, definitely. It'll yes, it'll
So you're
always
trying to
tell
better
you.
yourself on a route, as I would assume would be the idea. I'm not a runner, but
Right.
Okay. Is it where it can tell if you're running or if you're driving or?
Um yes and no. I mean, it can't tell you exactly because they know.
That's probably an input too, right? You can choose if you're riding, or you could choose if you're running, or you could choose if you're driving.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do that. Plus, if you're wearing a heart rate monitor, you can connect your heart rate monitor to the app so it has all that information alongside your
Does it have
run.
a pedometer as well?
Well,
That's what I was.
I've never used. I mean, that's usually on your phone anyway. But
so you have to bring your phone
Well,
with
I
you.
would think an app like that would incorporate it all, though.
But
yeah,
you
you
have
have to
Some
bring
sort of
your app
redundancy.
or like a Garmin that has the Strava that
Okay.
has the Strava app on it, and Garmin usually has their own app so that you don't, that's the purpose for them making the whole thing is, they want you to use their app or whatever.
Right.
Right. So we know he had an Android phone. I'm
Okay.
looking at my Android phone right now.
Uh-huh.
I have to approve apps to run in the background or tell my phone, don't run that app when I'm not using it.
Right.
Most apps are set to on by default. So when you download an app,
Right.
in the terms that you hit accept, acknowledge, done, in there it says I'm going to run in the background unless you tell your Android operating system that I can't.
Forgot to put
like
one. Update.
Right, that too.
Always updating.
I mean, usually on my iPhone, whenever I go into an app for the first time, it'll ask you that question: do you want it? Do you want it to run, or do you want to allow your phone to track while you're in this app or all the time? And usually,
Right.
I only pick the thing that says only while in app.
That's what I do
But
too.
what I was getting to, the point that I was getting to is if he didn't, which I can't imagine someone with his background not doing this, but if he didn't make that selection to turn the app off when not in use,
Right.
what does it log in a log file? It may not log in this, what we're looking at on the screen right now, but it very well could be generating a log file of activity.
Yes, it could.
So that might be where the warrant for this app is coming from. Someone on the tech side said, hey, wait a minute, what log files is this thing creating if he's not using it? And he's got his
Right.
phone with him. So
I
let's
keep
see, how
thinking
many
something
steps did he
crazy.
take? We thought he parked here. It's 87 steps to the door. Hey, look at that. The Strava app says right here he took 87 steps. That's, I guess, a theory, from the tech side.
Lady V, I think you and I we were heading the same way. Why didn't he just run before and spend the night in the woods? Then go do his dirty deeds, then run back as far as he can instead of bringing that car, or take a bicycle if nothing else.
Okay, if he can run a mile in 6 minutes, why not pull your car a mile or so away, run there, run back, and then
Right back
and then at
in
least your
bloody
phone's not
clothes
in the
with a
vicinity.
knife. Not,
Well,
not smart.
no, it's not. But I mean, he had a sheath with him, so
Yeah, if he's got a sheep, he'll be okay there. Of course, he's got a lot of weight on him if he's bringing all this other stuff with him.
yeah.
I'm still here. I'm trying to find this email.
I haven't logged into my Strava for a long time, so now I'm trying to remember my password.
I had to actually make an account just to get into where I could find his.
Yeah, see, when you make an account, you don't have to be friends with people. If you know their name, you can search everybody, anybody. Let me look up.
So why would someone with his education and experience use his actual name?
Well, because he's maybe
I wouldn't. I don't use my actual name on anything.
Yeah.
Mostly because nobody can frickin' spell it. So what's the point?
And I mean, I don't think that the app, was designed for serial killers. So
No, probably not.
They weren't exactly worrying about somebody wanting to hide their identity.
Right.
If you're an SK, please check this box.
I mean, and really the only thing that I had to do was just verify my email. And that was it.
Someone in chat was asking, there's 13 comments somewhere in here. What do the comments say?
Yeah, let me get back to that. I can't find that email. I'm gonna keep going through Sloopy's thing though. Because if anybody's gonna have them, she's gonna have them. Okay, so one says Trackstar Tings. Liam Bruce says, well done on your run, you murderous prick.
Whoa, zing.
Funny how you think that he'll see your comment. I mean, but this person is leaving comments on it like he's going to see there too. Let's see. Then it's absolutely hilarious that you think that he will see your faint gangster Trackstar Tings comment. Go suck for a 10 of weed. It's mostly trolls, y'all. It's really
Good heavens.
But I mean, like professional athletes use this all the time, whether it's running or biking, and it's kind of, you can, just for example, I mean, if you're a marathon runner or some kind of runner, you can pick a world-class athlete and see what their favorites are, or if they're in your area, you can see what routes they run. And which brings up a point. Maybe he found one of the girls on on Strava somewhere, and he could look at where she's been running because it'll map all their runs and everything, and he could track them through that.
Let's see.
Well, Scarlett, yeah, I was just gonna say you got all the names in an account. So
Yeah, you could go in there and put in the names, and I'm not saying that any of them look like runners, but I mean maybe Ethan used it, but I don't think he'd be tracking Ethan for anything.
Definitely don't have one.
Maddie could have been a runner.
All right, so there.
I mean, Xana did gymnastics, but I don't think she was trying to be competitive in any sports or anything when she was in college.
See, this one doesn't say where they're from.
What year
Oh,
were the
that's
girls
Missouri.
in? Were they seniors and some freshmen? And
Well-
Maddie and Kaylee were both seniors. Xana was junior, and Ethan was
He was a freshman, wasn't he?
freshman. Yes.
the two surviving girls, Bethany and Dylan, they're freshmen
I believe so.
because they look real young compared to the other.
Xana doesn't have one. Let's see. Kaylee. Let's see. No, she don't have one. Let's see. It could be under Madison, or it could be under. I don't see. No, she ain't gonna have one either.
Yeah, it does the swimming too.
I'm gonna go back to Bryan.
yeah, Sally Mason chat. Maybe they have it locked. They have them locked down too. Who knows?
I don't think you can lock them down. You might be able to make them private.
Well, also like
I'm
Big
sure
Al said, I'm not
admin
using
could.
my own name.
Yeah, and I'm not using my real
Everybody could
name.
be using a pseudonym.
And he actually has 38 followers, but they're probably just people that were
He probably got
After.
those after the case went active.
probably because he's not following anybody.
No surprise there.
All right, and the whole distance of this is 8 minutes and 31 seconds. The whole 1.38 miles. So he only ran just the mile part of it in 6.8 seconds.
No. 6 minutes, 8 seconds.
Yeah. See, it says right here.
That's still a pretty good clip. 6 minutes and 8
Yeah.
seconds a mile.
I know 6th graders that run that.
I was gonna say I hated running. I used to run with the best runner because he was my friend, but I hated running. And my best time for 2 miles was under 12 minutes. I think it was like 11 minutes 58.
Yeah, I mean, when I was a competitive runner, I was a sprinter, but even so, my mile was still under 5.5. It was, I think I did a 5:19, something like that. But in world class stuff, that's not even close to competitive.
No, they're in the
It's like
fours.
4-minute miles.
Yeah, they're under. I mean, the world record for the
competitive.
1500 is like 3 minutes and something. 1500 is the metric equivalent to the mile, but I mean,
Now
I think
let me ask you this real quick. Is that a flat surface or has that got some? There's
It's
a lot
on
of mountains around there. There's some inclines.
well, if you look on the,
It says
got the
elevation. Hold
Yeah.
on, I gotta find it.
Everything I believe on that when I was looking at his run when she had it up before, I believe it was all downhill.
Elevation 73 feet, right here. That's the only place that I've seen anything about elevation or anything
okay,
like that.
so he's 73 feet above sea level.
Scroll down backward to where it says splits because it says
Yeah, it
elevation
does.
there too at the 1
Yep.
mile and
Down here?
yeah, just go back down a little bit.
Oh, right here. Okay.
Oh, it's only 2 of
Elevation.
them.
There's
So-
elevation gains and stuff like that. It'll be a negative if it's downhill.
And let's see, what is this? I seen this earlier. So this would be elevation 2, right?
Where?
Where this little graph down here at the bottom?
Elevation 73. Yeah, that's. I saw somewhere earlier when you had his run up that said it was like a negative 0.46 or something like
Right.
that.
They're just
Right,
to the left.
right here. In this, well, shit. It won't let me. Anyway, it's right here to the left of the map.
Right. Okay. So at 1 mile, his distance, the time that he did went negative 46. I mean, so it went downhill 46 feet.
And then the 0.38 part of the mile went down
Yeah.
79 more feet.
So he ran this whole thing was downhill,
Yeah.
is what you're saying.
Pretty much.
Okay.
I mean, there was some uphill, but if you look at the graph down there, it did go down at the beginning, a little bit up, but then it went down steadily after that.
And what's his age?
20.
It was 20. It was probably.
He'd have been 27 at the time of this.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, that's just, I mean, for somebody that's in shape, that's just it's just a moderate pace, really. And didn't he run this with somebody?
Yeah, that ain't special, especially for mile.
No, definitely not. I mean, like I said, I know 6th graders that can run this easily. That.
I'm just wondering what is like the prosecution doing a search warrant for this? Is it because they're trying to see if he ran from?
I think it's background. I think it's background data.
I do too, because I mean, if the app was open for some reason and he never turned it off or whatever, it would have tracked everywhere he went.
At least made a log file.
If he got in his car and drove, would it track that?
I don't know the. I don't know the app.
No, it will. It will.
It will. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's not something that's going to show up in your list of runs or trips. It's just in the background data in a log file.
Well, if you hit a start or a finish, because you have to hit your start button to start your, your run if it's a certain, route or whatever.
Right.
And there's usually segments in your route, and in that's where a lot of people compete against each other is. There's certain segments that give names to, this is like some kind of a hill, and the segment will start at the bottom of the hill and finish at the top of the hill, even though that's only a segment of the actual ride or run. It's still a competitive segment that everybody tries to, and they usually put up a list of, everybody
like a flight
that's done
of stairs or something.
Huh?
Like a flight of stairs or
or
like a major obstacle.
Yeah. We use this a lot more for biking than we did running. But, there's usually hill climbs in there, and they'll keep a list of every single person that tried to compete in that. And they always have the gold, silver, and bronze, the top 3 times at the top, no matter if you're friends or not. It's just if you competed in that segment.
So, see, what I'm wondering is what background data. Say he didn't hit the start button, and the app did happen to be open in the background.
What
is it logging in the background that you as a user never even see, but you agreed to it when you installed the app?
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to log into it on my computer because that's where I would log in and chart my routes that I wanted to do before. But I know my app's still on my phone, but I don't know if it'll kick me out of StreamYard if I try to go into the app or not.
I'd be curious about the background data. That's where my brain's at.
Yeah,
what's it doing behind the scenes? Because there are so many apps that are so guilty about stealing your data, and they're everyday apps that everyone uses. But if you leave it running, you've already authorized to give it basically carte blanche to what's ever happening on your phone. And it's
knowing that he used this app ever, when they found out that he has used it, there's no reason not to get a warrant just to check it. I mean, because it is a GPS, so.
I wonder when he went, and it shows in the PCA that his phone was offline for the 3 hours. I wonder if this app was on and might have picked something up like his steps at a certain place. Could it have done that? Or would he have to hit start?
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
he has to hit start and finish if he wants it to be,
showing up here.
Tracked?
if he wants to be able to see it on in as as a run or a bike or whatever.
Well, could he have went somewhere that he doesn't know the area, let's just say some woods, and got out of his car. See you too. Thank you so much for gifting that membership. And went into the woods and tracked himself going into the woods. Can he like watch it as he's walking to see where he's and then like backtrack on that same uh
I never used it for mountain biking, but I can't imagine them not doing mountain biking. Because that wouldn't, you wouldn't be on main roads, you'd be on trails. And I'm sure that, there is another app called Trails, but.
because I'm wondering if he might have went into the woods and like stashed something, but he tracked himself into the woods from his car and then backtracked back to his car so
And
he
then
wouldn't get
deleted
lost.
it later.
And then deleted it later.
Yeah, I mean, he could have easily, like, were you talking about when he went that afternoon to the forest?
Yeah. So like if he's walking in, can he be physically watching it like on his phone or something like that, or watch or whatever the track that he walked in? Can he watch it and then backtrack using the map back out the same steps?
Yeah, but didn't they say that he turned his phone off during that 3 hours or 4 hours or something?
Yeah, it says
Yeah.
that it was oh, how did it say it?
But he could have
stop
had
recording?
another. I mean, if he had a Garmin or any kind of GPS device that people use for stuff like this, all he needed to do was get to the point where he was going to stash the item, and just any kind of Garmin or anything, whether he was tracking the trail he went in or out, all he needed was the GPS coordinates of where he was when he stashed it. And that he could have just saved a point at any point and then wrote it down or whatever, but something would have had to been turned on for him to be able to get that GPS coordinates to where exactly he was.
Okay.
Didn't mean he had to keep it on while he was walking there or walking back, because once you have the GPS component or the coordinates, it doesn't matter how you got there. If you have the coordinates, you just punch those in and it'll always put a mark, and you just figure out how to get there.
Okay.
There's always a digital trail.
I remember we were looking for a kid that got swept away in a flood, and we were doing the search for him, and this whole big area we were in. Every time, it's still on my phone, as a matter of fact, every time we would find an item, we would mark it down, mark it in the GPS as the coordinates, and give it a name, like his shoe or a shirt or whatever. And then when we would get back to command, we would everybody put their stuff together, and we'd have all these marks on this little map with items that people had found, so we could track to see where he possibly would have went or where he could be.
And Callie Dom said, I think he stashed the knife, his clothing, or the cover-up's PPE, and that's when he realized that the sheath was not there. Could have been. I think that's what he was doing when his phone was off in 3 hours.
Yeah, so do I, especially since they caught him going out to that area.
Yeah, I think he was
before
out there.
It was turned off.
Yeah, he went out there because why would he be out in that area with his phone off for 3 hours? What are you doing out in the woods that long?
That's why I said a long time ago, I don't understand why they didn't take. There's been enough time that they could have grid searched that whole little forest area with, metal detectors or all kinds of stuff by this point. They could have grid searched that whole area by now.
Yeah, it don't make sense, honestly.
I think, I mean, it just proves he had the ability to move quickly and easily, and he has the ability to think and understand quickly on his feet. And that's basically probably what this is for. But I'd be interested in what Big Al was saying, whatever else it was tracking. So, I mean, not every 28-year-old could probably do this. Even though, I mean, some kids could probably do it, I don't think every 28-year-old could run at
Well,
this.
nowadays kids are lazy as hell.
That too.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh shit! I thought I'd done exit off a StreamYard. Good lord. Okay, I'm trying to get back to the affidavit because Betty Jo was wanting to know what time did they say that he turned his phone back on after he left the house at 4:20 in the morning after the murders. I don't remember exactly what time it was, but let me find it.
But that was when he was down south, right?
Yeah, for the 3 hours that it was off, but she's wanting to know after he left the house that morning, going back where he took that long route
Oh,
back to Pullman, and I want to say it was 5 something. I just got to find it in the PCA. Let's see. It's so hard to find anything in this PCA or even remember exactly where anything is at. Let's see. All right, it may take me a second, y'all, to find it. Approximately 4:44. Okay, so it says at approximately 5:25 a.m., the white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the suspect vehicle 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman. Let's see, 5:27. It was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way. But I thought it said in here that the time that his phone was turned back on.
but yeah, I think they did give a time because supposedly when he left the house, he went down south, right?
Yeah, it was like a big long loop around and came back up, went
Wasn't
back
that
north towards Pullman.
that was when like other people trying to draw conclusions to somebody that might have lived down there or something like that?
Yeah, that there was a trailer house that was in this little neighborhood, or well, not really a neighborhood, but it was like on like a little blacktop road or whatever. And that there was a white truck there, and they thought, well, maybe he knew them people, and because the white truck looked like the truck that was that pulled in behind Kaylee, Maddie, and Hoodie Guy, in that little video, them walking down the street, and they were trying to say that it was the same truck, and maybe he stopped there and knew those people and might have showered and all that. But I could have swore it said on here somewhere, but this PCA is not in order, so it makes it hard to try to find anything as far as a time or whatever. But I could have swore it showed, but it shows 5:25 that they see him coming back onto the campus. But that's with the street cams or whatever. Well, shit. I know it says it in here somewhere. I don't know. I can't find it now. I may have to just go through it page by page because right now I'm just kind of trying to skim through it and I don't see it. But I would say Betty Jo about 5:25 would be about the time that he probably got back home, somewhere around in there.
Roughly an hour after.
Yeah, something like that. He was seen leaving at, was it 4:20 was the time that the car was seen?
I think it was 4:20 or 4:18.
Something like that. And so about an hour later. All right, let me get back to my StreamYard now. Did we lose somebody a minute ago?
I don't know. I can't see anybody on the screen, so it's just his
I'm still here.
Strava.
I'm
We
here.
lost. I think we lost Ray.
I'm
You go
here.
back up.
I'm trying to. I got all my Google accounts locked down, so I can't show you guys. But if you're interested in knowing, if you have an Android phone and you're logged into Google on your phone,
Uh-huh.
and you haven't consciously went in and turned off your location history storing, sometime just Google "show my location history" and take a look at how in depth Google is keeping track of where you go.
Well,
Because
yeah, I mean,
my one account, it doesn't have any history on it, but it goes back to 2000. I think it's 2011 or 2012.
Oh wow.
Or
Hmm.
no, it's actually before that. It was pretty much right when Google started, when you started using Android to log into your phone. But it's amazing the data that it keeps. Amazing.
Wow.
I mean, if it's on your phone and you haven't physically turned it off, that phone's keeping track of everywhere you go, and it keeps track of businesses. If you walk into a business, it logs a visit to that business.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, you agree to a lot of stuff when you put your Gmail account into a phone.
So his phone, if he didn't,
Potentially.
would have that if he didn't cut all that off.
Potentially. I just tried to go through mine, and mine's all cut off. So I can't find
Okay.
any on mine, but I was going to share my screen and just show you. But I have 3 Google accounts on, and none of them have it turned on. It's all turned off.
Maybe they'll find something and find like different, like where he was exactly at certain times or whatever. I don't know.
It's
So,
all in how conscious was he of trying to hide and hide
Right.
his actions and locations.
in chat, Betty Joe's bringing up I believe, where he turned his phone off at 2:40 and turned it back on at 5:25. That's when he went to the forest area. But they did track him to the area before he turned his phone off. He didn't turn his phone off when he was before he left home.
Right. See, and I'm dying to know. They keep saying airplane mode. Is that what they're claiming? Because airplane mode's not off. That's been proven.
Yeah, and you would have thunk that he would know that.
Right. And what phone does he have? Now, some of the people in chat did enlighten me the last time we talked about this. There still are some phones out there that you can take the battery out of.
Yeah.
I also know there are phones out there that when you take the battery out, a capacitor picks up and will ping out on the phone until the capacitor discharges. And the phone number actually physically turns on. It just sends out a ping out.
Hey guys, real quick. We have 181 in chat and only 26 likes. Can we?
I've got 195 and 96.
Oh, we do.
I got 180 and 101.
Huh?
But
no,
point taken.
I'm
More
seeing
people need to
101
click it.
likes.
More
Okay.
people need to click it.
I'll go out and come back in.
Mine must not have updated yet because all I can see is 100
Yeah.
likes. So
Just
100.
refresh. Just refresh.
Yeah, I see
That's what I
104.
did. 100.
Okay.
Thank
Well,
you. Keep clicking.
mine updates every
180.
minute because I have my studio pulled up, so that may be the reason.
We're at
Okay.
104.
Thank you. Click
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, I
Okay,
just
let me
refreshed
see.
and
I gotta find what other.
Oh,
Thank
you
you,
should
guys,
throw in the
for the
caveat
tea.
there, Lady V, just to some people that might not know. Clicking it more times doesn't help. Just do it once.
Yeah, because if you click it and then unclick it, it takes it away.
Some people don't know that.
Thank you, Angie.
And thank you, C, for the gifted membership I got. I'm back in the Pickle Club.
Oh, that was CU2.
See you too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I still haven't got my credit card thing squared away with Google yet. I can't gift anything. I can't super sticker. I can't do nothing.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of people that was having issues with that.
Mine's all messed up. They want me to take a photocopy of my credit card and mail it to them.
Oh wow.
Screw you.
No.
No way. I'm not doing that.
Hey, Vapor, what's your picture of?
Oh, that's my dad.
What?
I'm kidding.
Your dad
Oh,
is an
I
alien.
I was like, damn, I had no
I
offense, bro,
gotcha.
but your dad is an ugly son of a bitch. What is that? Was it
Yeah.
alien?
Alien.
It's got to be an alien.
Yeah, I see the top of it from the head. I was like, what is that?
Oh.
Okay, I'm trying to get everything situated on my screens where I can see it all. Let's see. My damn chat keeps going to top chat for some reason.
Yeah, mine too.
Mine's
I
done it
don't.
like 15 times. I just gave up.
I don't know, but if I don't have it on live chat, then I can't. I miss people's chat comments, and I don't know why it's doing that.
I'm
Does
watching the
anybody know?
StreamYard ones.
Does anybody know, like these ones on the side here, when we hit the heart and a smiley and up? Does anybody know, like, what does that do? Does that help at all?
I don't think it really helps anything. It's just like a live reaction.
I think it's only on phones too.
Yeah,
Well,
Mine's on
yeah,
my
it's only on
iPad, but
phones.
I know
But
that I don't have it on my phone or my computer, but Troll has it on his phone, and we have the same exact phone.
chat interaction does affect the algorithm. So if you
oh,
have
then I'm just gonna sit here
187
and
people listening and only 20 are chatting, that
Yeah,
decides where it's going to put you in the suggestion line.
right.
So people can be listening and not type, and as soon as they type, they're in the chat.
Right.
Until
Hey,
they type, they're not in the chat.
Christian, how are you? Hey, Justin, how are you? Let's see. And I have updated my YouTube app, but for some reason, like I said, Troll has it on his phone, and we have the same exact type of phone, but he has it on his, and I don't have it on mine. I haven't had it the live chat reactions. I haven't had it on any chat that I've went into. So I
and
don't
you
know if it's
can't
like a
see them
beta.
either.
I can't what?
You don't see them either, do you?
Yeah, I can see them whenever they're popping up in the chat. I can see the hearts.
I
Somebody
can't see
just
them.
did.
Like I'm like
Somebody's
pressing the
doing
heart
hearts now.
thingy. That's me.
Okay, yeah, I can see those smiley faces, 100s, and I
I can't
believe
see. I can't see those.
you don't see them in the bottom corner
Mm-mm.
of the chat, like on YouTube.
Nope.
It may
But
be
I
like
don't
a
use my
beta
phone
thing.
for this ever because it's just too small for my eyes.
Okay, that may be what it. Well, see, I don't see it on my phone on the chat, but I can see it on my computer on the chat.
Yeah, see, I can't see any of it on my computer.
Yeah, it's Betty Joe. We're talking about the ones I've got on the side. Yeah, I've got it on my iPad too. I was just wondering because I'll sit here and press it like 100 times, thinking I hope this helps, but I don't know what it's for.
Yeah, it's a new thing that YouTube, I guess, whenever they did the whole update on the whole platform or whatever, it's an option that I can turn it off or on the live reactions in my studio now. And I just leave that clip because people like to do them in the chat or whatever. So
yeah,
They used to have like and dislike. Then they went to the thumbs up, right?
Yeah, politics. Yeah. Well, they still have the dislike, but it doesn't publish it. It shows the creator.
But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about in the chat. If you go like right above where you type, there's like this little sidebar thing where it has a heart and a smiley face and several different things like that.
I don't have none of those. Like I said, Troll has them on his, but I don't have them on mine for some reason. I don't know why. But I can see them on my computer whenever they're popping up, but I can't see them on my phone. So it may be like a beta testing type thing. I don't know.
I don't know.
I see a smiley face and then I see a $sign under where you type.
Yeah, but
I
if
see
you
those.
press that, you'll see like a heart and a smiley face and a
right, thumbs up and all kind of different little things, right?
Oh, mine doesn't have a thumbs up.
And it's got a bunch of hand signals, and then
mine doesn't have that.
There's a whole row of them, probably about 10 or 12 different things you could put.
Oh, that's your emojis.
Yeah, that's your that's the wrong thing.
For the chat. This is like a live chat thing, and I haven't looked at it on what it looks like on Troll's screen. I just know that he can do it in the chat or whatever, and I can't.
Like, if you look like right above that $sign, there's like this little bar that you can like expand, and it has a little heart and smiley face and a popper thing and what kind of look and 100%.
I don't have that.
I don't know. It must be like a testing type thing that they're doing or something for just certain accounts.
Now you're gonna make me pull out my phone and look on my phone, you guys. Damn it.
Yeah, I don't understand why they just didn't put it out for everybody. That's
Son of a
Yeah,
bitch.
Roger, there's only like 5 there.
all right. Let me pull this one up real quick.
Well, I have ADHD, so it's kind of fun just to press the hearts.
Okay, I got 3 more documents that I need to get through.
Can you go to Snapchat and then show us a screenshot? I'm teasing you.
Oh, who, me?
I was teasing. No, I was talking to Lady V.
Oh, okay. So I was going to say, wait, I ain't got Snapchat, so.
I have the hearts on my phone. I see what you're talking about now, lady.
Okay.
Yeah, it must just be a testing thing that they're only allowing some people to have on their account. Because like I said, Trolls got it, but I ain't got it. Hey, Dub, how are you?
It's probably a setting.
I don't know how you guys do this on your phone because I have to be able to see the screen, and I can't imagine not being able to see the screen.
I'm on my iPad right now, but I'm usually on my phone. But then I have it on my TV on my Roku.
Oh, okay, all right. Speaking of which, I'm gonna throw you guys on my TV and listen for a little bit. I gotta get up and peel ribs tomorrow, so I've got 60 racks of ribs to peel.
Oh, that sounds so good.
It's a lot of work. I hate peeling ribs.
Okay, real quick. Put a 1 in the chat if you have the little things that we're talking about in the bottom where you can hit the hearts and the hundreds and the party hats and smiley faces. So just put a 1 in the chat if y'all have that. I want to see how many people have it. See, that is no fair. And I thought maybe it was just I didn't have it because it's my channel.
Right.
But I don't have it. Wait, P Fox, what is 3?
Yeah. I bet your setting on your phone and your husband's is different. But anyway, I do ask every once in a while because I'm like, there's got to be a purpose. And it's like, if it helps out, then hey.
Scarlett.
Uh-huh.
Have you ever looked for those hearts and stuff on your phone when you're on somebody else's live or somebody else's?
Yeah, I've been in other chats and I don't have them.
Okay, then.
So that's what I'm thinking. Maybe it's just like a beta testing type thing that they only put out for certain accounts to do.
Get out your conspiracy theory notebook and throw that one on the list.
Yeah.
YouTube's against you.
Because, I mean, look how many people have them
in
the chat.
Sounds like everybody but you, honey.
I think it's a settings.
That's so fair. And it's upgraded. It's
upgrade your phone.
Yeah, it's a troll. They only let us cool people have them. It ain't no fair that y'all have it. I don't.
Well, when you go on other people's channels to look at stuff, use Troll's phone and see if it takes it away from them.
Do you have it in everybody's chat?
I do.
Did you go through? Oh, he says he has it in everybody's chat.
I do too.
But I don't have it at all. That's not fair, people.
It's a setting. You've got to have. There's a setting somewhere that's different.
What?
I've got a search bar, and then that'll take you to the other settings if you want to. I mean, the other, what do you call them, emojis?
Yeah, the emojis for the chat.
Right.
But he says he only has it for the channels that he's subscribed to. But if he's not subscribed to a channel, he don't have them. Okay, Salty.
Oh, maybe that's why. Hey, that's subscribed or membership. I'm going to have to pay attention to that.
I think you have to do a soft reset to your phone.
Oh, man.
Yeah, when was the last time you actually turned the phone off?
Today.
Okay.
No, I mean, like where you go to your settings and you reset it.
Oh, I don't ever do that.
Oh, that's, yeah.
But I mean, I've made sure that my YouTube was updated and like any updates that are on my phone, I've made sure it's had all the updates and all that. I don't know. I'll have to go through and look at my settings through the YouTube, like my YouTube app on my phone and see if there's something on there because that's just no fair. And Lady V, thank you so much for being a member for 4 months. And she says, "Love this channel. I'm a pickle."
I'm at Gherkin. I didn't know how to spell it.
So if I haven't, Callie Dime. Apparently, if you have it, the live interaction things, yes, you're special.
Then you're one of the cool people. Yeah.
Yeah, according to Troll, you're the cool people. See, they say you have to turn your phone on. Yeah, I actually had to restart my phone today because I was looking at something and it froze up and I had to restart the whole thing.
Oh, I see you too. That's a cute little owl.
All right, so let me get to this document here. Which one do I have pulled up? Reddit. So wait, let me find it on here. All right, so they've only done 2 total Reddit search warrants. The old one they obtained November the 20th, served it December the 1st. I wonder why they wait so long once they obtain it to serve the warrant. This one here that's pulled up on the screen was obtained January the 25th. It was served the 26th. And it's basically the same thing. It was also signed May the 31st. Let's see, let me go down to warrant return. Why they put so many pages in each one of these. All right, and then March the 22nd, the data was downloaded to the computers at the Moscow Police Department. So that's when they got the stuff back. I hear background noise.
Yeah, I dropped something.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Everything is redacted on here, just the word phone number. And IMEI. So let me go down to the search warrant now to see what this is for. So they are wanting the Reddit accounts of Bryan Kohberger with any of the following identifiers, email addresses. So there's 1, 2, 3 different email addresses, or the phone number or the IMEI number generated on or between June the 1st to present. So June the 1st of 2022 to present when this warrant was done in February. Okay. And they're basically just asking for all basic subscriber information, information collected when a user creates a new Reddit account, alters information at a later date, any interactions that they had within the application. So they're limited, but not including, but not limited to his Reddit user, subscriber, known legal name or identity, email address, phone number, display name, Reddit account creation date, IP address, timestamp, and IP address, other Reddit account logins and the log outs, his address, his date of birth, gender, billing information, basically everything that they've asked for in the last one that they did for the Reddit accounts, which was, did I write down who it was for? No, I did not. No, the other one was for Kaylee, the first one that they did. So they've got Kaylee's Reddit account information, and then this one was for Bryan, which we know that Bryan had posted on Reddit.
Not many nerds have one Reddit account. Just saying.
Yeah, there's probably, which I mean, they're asking for anything that has to do with, what was it, 3 different
They're
emails.
They're going to scan for that IP address. IP address, IMEA, and any MAC addresses that of any device that he had.
Hey,
so
Big Al.
For the logs for that.
Big Al. hey, when they get this information back from the warrants, can they basically get into his account like they are him and search whatever they want through it?
It doesn't specify whether or not in any of these warrants anywhere if they're requesting the login credentials.
Right.
I
No,
haven't seen that anywhere in this case.
it's just basically his IDs
So they
and
might just
stuff
be
like
looking for
that.
the IDs and the back end data. And they're just asking for everything. So they don't even need to log in, per se. They can just see everything that account did in the data that Reddit provides or AT&T or whoever. Because log files, I can't stress enough how boring log files are and how extensive they are. I mean,
Ooh.
a couple stupid little actions on a PC can result in 800 pages of log files. That's why there's terabytes of data.
Oh, I just found out I can zoom in on my chat.
There you go.
Hey, that's pretty cool.
Can
On that note,
everybody see
I got to
this?
scoot, guys. Have a great night. Thank you. I'll be listening.
Okay, have a good night.
And thanks
Night,
for the
Val.
membership, Steve.
Good morning now.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
I'll see ya.
Bye.
And I'm pretty sure that Reddit stuff that was posted that was talking about all the different stuff that happened during the murders, like I'm not even going to repeat some of the stuff that was said, but that's one other thing that they're probably looking for on the Reddit accounts that has to do with him, to see if he is in fact the one that posted all that. Okay, so this one is for the TikTok. So they've only done 2 TikToks as well. This is the newer one, but the older one was obtained December the 13th and also served on December the 13th, where this one was obtained January the 25th, served January the 26th. And this is all just the same information as all the other pages and all the other documents. So I'm just going to scroll through this till I get down to the warrant return. All right. Let's see. Where is it at? And they actually served this warrant via the TikTok law enforcement portal. Then on March the 31st, they received it, or Detective Mowry received an email directing him to download the data. April the 3rd, he downloaded the data, and the inventory was prepared and for all the items that was received. Let's go down on it. That's redacted. So the IMEI number is redacted as well. And then the search warrant. So let's see. Lawrence Mowry, having given me proof upon oath that this station on probable cause establishing grounds for issuing a search warrant, and there is probable cause to believe that the property referred to insult in or upon said premises consists of information related to the investigation of the homicides of Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and or Ethan at 1122 King Road on the TikTok account of Bryan Kohberger with any of the following identifiers. So they're asking for 3 different email addresses, a cell phone number, or the IMEI number generated between June the 1st to the present, which would have been January the 26th of this year. And on this one, they're wanting all identity, contact information, full name, email, physical address, birth date, phone numbers, gender, hometown, like they're any personal identification that he had on that account they're wanting. See all past current usernames associated with the account, dates and times of which the account and profiles were created, IP addresses at the time of the sign up, all activity logs, including IP logs. Basically the same thing that they're wanting with the other accounts. Let's see, a list of all of the people that the user follows on TikTok and all people who are following the user, as well as any friends of the users. A list of all users that the account has unfollowed or blocked, all privacy and account settings. I didn't even know he even had a TikTok. Have y'all heard that anywhere else that he had a TikTok account?
I haven't heard any.
No.
Because I know that it was said that he had an Instagram account and that he was following the girls, but then it came out and said that that Instagram account wasn't a true Instagram account of his. Hey, Max, how are you?
Probably under a different name,
Possibly.
because I know a lot of people were surprised that he had a TikTok.
Yeah, this is the first time I've heard about him having one. Okay. Let me see what other one I have. I know I got Google. But I'm trying to mark these off as I go so I can keep up with the ones that I've went through. All right, let me grab this last one. Where is Google at?
Summer Watson said that he followed Maddie and Kaylee on Spotify.
Where did I see that at? Somebody posted about his Spotify, and it says something about like just a couple weeks ago that it had been like there was a song added to it, but I don't remember who said that. It was somebody else that was following his Spotify account. But I thought it was weird how they were saying that it had been updated during the time that he's in jail. All right, let me zoom this in where y'all can see this one a little bit better. Let's stay on chat, y'all. I keeps going back to live chat or to top chat. All right, so this one also says the same thing. All these first few pages are the same that Meghan Marshall has signed. The only really difference is the search warrant itself and the return. So there's been 3 total Google search warrants. The first old one was obtained on January the 3rd of 2023 and served the same day. There was one before that was obtained on December the 4th of 2022, served on December the 5th, and this new one that I have pulled up was obtained February 24th and served on the 25th. Hold on just a second.
When is the court date for the gag order stuff?
Okay.
Lost?
Yeah.
When's the court date for the gag order stuff? Is that the
Hold
6th
on.
or the 20-something?
There is Mr. Gonzalez's stuff is June the 9th. And then the motion to compel is June the 27th. Let me find this other one. And then the Mr. Coron, which is like for the whole media coalition thing, is also June the 9th. But it's the Gonzalez one is at 10:30 that morning on the 9th. And then the media stuff is at 1:30 that afternoon. So that is, yes, Friday, next Friday.
What do you think is going to happen if they drop the gag order for some reason? Do you think anybody involved in the case will come out and talk?
I don't know. I think possibly Shannon Gray would come out and talk more.
Well, I mean, the families, yeah, but I'm talking about anybody.
I don't know about law enforcement. I mean, it seems like if it is dropped, they would come out and address some of the rumors and stuff that's being said. If
You
it
would hope.
doesn't, yeah, if it doesn't hurt the case. Now that's if they drop it. I don't think they're going to drop it.
I don't either. I mean, you know,
I really don't.
I think it needs to be somehow made even, because right now, I think that the defense gets all the benefits from it.
It might get modified.
Possibly.
I don't know.
I mean, yeah. I just think that if I don't know, I don't because I know that allegedly there's like a lot of different people who are confused about um, this whole gag order thing, and supposedly there's people in Moscow who's not even directly involved with the case, but only knew the victims that don't want to speak because of the gag order that they're not even under. So I don't know. I don't see it getting dropped. Like
Right.
King Scarlet said, I think maybe modified to a certain extent, but I don't think it's going to get dropped completely. Roger, you think that the judge is going to address it that day, or you think he's going to push the whole gag order stuff back further? I don't know.
I think he's probably going to listen to what everybody has to say, and then basically
Make a decision off of that.
he's probably just going to say, I don't see it. I don't see anybody's, arguments compelling me to change what's already there.
Well, whenever they were talking about it before in court, he was very upset talking about how the media is doing stuff and that the media is going to cause him not to get a fair trial and that they need to tone it down.
Right.
So by him saying that, I don't think he's going to drop it completely.
No, but he might want to put his stamp on it because he's not the one that approved it to begin with. So he might want to amend it the way he feels it should be.
And it could have, I mean, he could amend it as far as like, well, I know Shannon Gray is wanting clarification, is what he's wanting. I don't know. It's going to be really interesting to hear how it goes.
So the media is trying to fight it as well.
Yes.
Because they're saying it's unconstitutional, right?
Yeah, and it goes against the freedom of speech and all this and that. And then the judge is coming back saying, okay, yeah, there is a freedom of speech, but there's also his right to a fair trial. So that's what they're going back and forth at. The media is saying that it can still be talked about without it hindering the trial, and he would still get a fair trial and all this and that.
Yeah. So my grandpa, I mean, he's very old, but he seems to think it's unconstitutional. But I forgot how he explained it. He said something when it's in the courts, anything that's in the courts is supposed to be made public.
Right.
Yeah, it's supposed to be transparent.
Right, transparent.
And I think that's where the media is going with it too, but they keep throwing back. There's like 3 different amendments that they're throwing in there. Freedom of speech, there was freedom of speech, is right to a fair trial, and there was another one. And they throw that in, and then they also throw in like the Idaho Constitution and all that in with it. So he may amend it to his liking, but I just don't think that he's gonna. Roger's saying the First versus the Sixth Amendment. I don't think he's gonna drop it completely. See, people who aren't under the gag order are afraid to speak in the case. What does that say? Julie, I've heard on other channels where people are saying that they're talking to people from Moscow and they're confused about the gag order, which they wouldn't be part of the gag order because they're not directly related with the case.
Well, if they had pertinent information, they should be part of the case. They should have already talked to law enforcement.
And that's what I'm wondering. Like some of these people who are coming out and talking, I wonder if they have talked to law enforcement first and told what they know. Like this whole thing about that there was Snapchat group chats or whatever going out early that morning. I wonder if law enforcement, if that is true, if they already know that.
So, because this is all because they're trying to, for the jury pool, right? So, do you think that there's going to be a change in venue because that town is so small?
I think it will be.
And it doesn't have to be the police officers who's giving the information out. It could be the administrative clerks working inside the state attorney's, district attorney's office, public defender's office, the mail room. They see all this.
We know how it is. If something needs to be leaked, they'll find a way to do it.
Oh yeah.
Right. And if the news really want it, they'll find a way to get it. They'll put one of their own people to hire to get a job there.
Sally Mae, you have me, Lady V, and also King Scarlet. That's on the panel with
Ray, do you want the link back? Ray said he got sidetracked. Let me throw the link back out for him. Let's see, people who... Okay, I did read that one. I don't know why I keep getting back on the damn talk chat. Okay. All right, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be very interesting whenever... Let's see, we got 2 Friday that they're going to be taking care of. And what day did I say the other one was again? I got it. Let me exit off of this so I can exit off of that so I can go back to this other thing and look at it again. June the 27th, which is a Tuesday. So we got 2 next week, and then 3 weeks later, we've got one other one. And then if nothing else comes up after that, as far as any type of stuff that has to do with the gag order and all that, then we have to wait till October unless that gets kicked back further. Because I really don't see this trial starting in October.
I don't
Well, I see it better.
You think?
Well, I mean, I don't think it's going to, but it better because I'm sick of waiting.
I mean, I thought it was bad enough that we was going to have to wait till June the 26th, but damn, I mean, June's already here, and now we got to wait several more months just for October.
Right.
And just think of all the time they have to spend going through all that data and paperwork they sent the defense. Unreal.
Right. That is true too. It's going to probably take them a while, and but then again, I'm pretty sure they have a whole team of people that is gonna sit down with them at this big conference table, and they're all gonna go through, like, they're all gonna have like their own little piece of it, and they each go through it.
And didn't the prosecution subpoena for the defense's alibi?
They actually demanded the defense's alibi.
Right. So they'll get that. So they got to go through that. And then you never know when a lawyer goes up to that bench and says, we would ask for a stay, which means that delays it even further.
Yes.
Well, yeah, they can waive their right to a speedy trial at any time. That's just little liar playing games, in my opinion, you know.
Yeah.
She asked for a speedy trial to try to put them under the gun. She knows that she's not going to.
Yeah, she knows it's not going to start in October.
No.
And
the prosecution probably knows it too, but the problem is that they have to be ready by then, just in case.
Right. Yeah, she's got, I'm pretty sure she's got something up her sleeve. Don't know what. I just hope that whenever this goes to trial, whether it's October of this year or if it gets moved back to 2024 or whatever. I just hope that the prosecution has the evidence that they need if he
I
is the person.
I
Yeah.
think personally what she's wanting to do is get the speedy trial so she can get all the information and then
Yeah. Force
has
them to give
everything.
her everything as fast as possible.
Yeah.
And then she'll say, well, there's more stuff than I really anticipated, and we need to continue this to a later date.
Tonka, hold on one
That-
second and let me pull it up. I gotta find it. I think this is it. Yes, this is it.
I
I'm
don't
gonna pull it.
understand. I never knew that the defense had to give the prosecution an alibi. I mean, it's not.
Well,
It's
if that's what they're gonna use their defense as, is
it's
it
none of the. It's the prosecution's burden
burden to
to
prove?
prove what
Bryan
happened.
Kohberger has the right to remain silent.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
Not that
let's
I
see.
care, but I mean, I don't know. I just want this whole thing to start and be over with, so the next time I have to wait for a date, it's his execution.
Okay, Tonka, they gave them 14 days. That's what they gave them. So the undersigned further request permission to copy and inspect said information, evidence, and materials at the prosecuting attorney's office in Latah County Courthouse within 14 days of the service of this request. So yeah, they gave them 14 days.
Yeah, PFOX. I mean, they have to be ready by that date because, I mean, that's their deadline as it stands right now. They have to be ready to go by that day, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And she could go ahead and say, I'm ready to go.
Okay, hold on one second, Tonka. Let
I
me
just
pull it
think
back
that
up here.
she's such a turd that she wants to milk this for as much money as she can get. And she wants it to be over by the time she wants to run for that judge position.
Tell us how you really feel, Vapor.
I can't stand her. I mean,
No, I agree.
I can't really tell you how I feel about her because it wouldn't be. I don't know. It's not for general consumption.
Oh wait, hold on. Wait. Tonka, wait. I think I told you the wrong day. It looks like on one page it says the 25th, but it showed the certificate of delivery is the 23rd. So instead of it being 9 days, it's been 11 days.
What do we have? Like another
3 more days that they have to turn it into them, into the
no? How long do
prosecution.
we have now? Like another 50 days until they have to declare death penalty or not?
I'd have to go count.
I think it's going to be a shock to everybody if they decide not to go for the death penalty. I mean,
I think a lot of there's going to be some family members that are going to be upset if they don't.
I mean, if something isn't death penalty worthy, this, if this isn't, then what is?
I think Vapor, it's up to the families to push it as well.
Yeah, some of them don't want it.
Well, only Xana's mom's the only one I've heard that said that, she's not really for it.
Death penalty makes it harder to win the case as well.
Why?
Yeah.
The evidence is the evidence.
Because
It's
the
60
jury,
days, right?
the
Ain't
jury
it
will
60
think,
days?
gosh, I'm gonna put this guy to death, and they might back off, and they say I could see life, and then after that the jury votes. I guess in Idaho, who picks it, the judge or the jury?
What's that? The death penalty?
Yes.
Yeah, the jury does.
Okay. I know each state's different. Some have unanimous, some have majority.
I think the judge ultimately can do whatever he wants. He doesn't have to take the recommendation of the jury. I think that, when this is over and he gets convicted, I think they have a separate little something maybe where he tells them, gives them the parameters of what they need to decide on. But I think the defense might get to talk again and say something about, well, there wasn't enough. I don't see, you may have got a conviction, but, it doesn't, I don't know. I think they still can argue something during the penalty phase.
Yeah,
And,
and if he's found guilty, they'll ask if he has any remorse. And then
but
some
what,
places the family gets to address him also.
right.
Okay, y'all. Y'all just keep talking. I'm counting to see how
I'm
many
gonna go
days.
research that. I'll let y'all talk. I'm gonna go research that.
I know it's different, and different states have their different stuff.
On a lighter note, I'm getting ready to pull some peach pies out of the oven.
Oh, that
Oh,
sounds
that
good.
sounds good.
Okay, so as of right now, being that it's already the 3rd where I'm at, it's only been 12 days since his arraignment.
So they got 48 days.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
I mean, 60 minus 12.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Because I'm writing it on my calendar because I had like the other countdown on it, and I was trying to count it on my phone, and I can't. I have to actually have a calendar in front of me, and I'm writing it like the countdown on it to keep up with it. So that way, because I don't even remember what. See, this is June, so it would be like what July the 20th, 21st. Would that be right? Would be the 60 days.
I'm not looking at a calendar, so.
And see, that's I was trying to count it on my phone, but I had to get up and get the actual calendar off the wall. Okay, so 30 days will be June the 21st.
How long ago was that, Tonka? I can't believe anybody can murder 3 people and have zero remorse and be able to get out of prison.
And it'll be 7 months in 2 weeks.
Wow.
It doesn't seem like it's been that long.
No, it definitely does not.
But, I mean, it's
I
going
mean,
to be really hard for that November 13th to roll around for the families.
right. Because just think, they already had to go through Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's without him. Um, Ethan had just celebrated a birthday, like 2.5 weeks before the murders. So his 21st birthday will be coming up in October. They've already had to celebrate Maddie's birthday without her. All these other birthdays that are coming up, like all Mother's Day, Father's Day, this whole year, plus all the court stuff.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
Heartbreaking.
hard. Yeah.
First Christmas, everything.
Okay, from what I read, if it's up to date and correct, says the jury will decide and it has to be unanimous.
Yeah.
For the death penalty?
Yes.
Yeah.
And they'll probably do that for each count, each one of the 4.
Right.
And I'm sure if they give it to one, then they're going to give it for all. And if they decide not to give it, then it's going to be the same for all.
I mean, could you imagine if they singled out just one of the murders to get the death, him getting convicted of the death penalty? I mean, how's that going to sound, or how the family's going to feel about that?
Yeah, because how are they going to know which, like,
Let's
count
just
1 is
say,
for who, count 2 is for which one?
well,
Yeah.
they have them named per count, but I mean, can you imagine them, just for an example, not that I'm saying this about any of them, but let's just say, just for example, because there's the defensive wounds on Xana and everything, and she fought back, and they said, well, they decided to give him the death penalty for that one because, he had to go further out of his way to commit that.
Right.
He actually had to, more consciously put an effort into that one than the other ones. I mean, there's no way that they only single out one. It has to be all.
Yeah, because then you got the families feeling like, well, I mean, it only takes one death penalty conviction, that he
Right.
gets the death penalty, but it's still, you have the families. Okay, well,
So you're
how
telling
do
me,
you get it for
yeah,
that one, but he doesn't get it for my child?
right, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so July the 21st is a 60-day deadline for the prosecution to come out and let Bryan know that they're going to pursue the death penalty. Now I've got to count it backwards to see how many days.
What day, Scarlett?
July the 21st.
I mean, do you think they're going to wait it out just to play games like she is? Or, because I'm pretty sure they already know what they're going to do.
I don't know, because that's a good question.
And
I
then
mean, would it benefit them to wait it out until the very
Other than
last
just to be
minute?
an asshole like she is, no. They already know what they're going to do. They're
I think they
preparing
do
their
too.
case for that. Whatever they decided to do is, they're. I don't see it not being death penalty. I would be shocked and
Yeah.
pissed. Honestly, I'd be pissed off if they don't go for the death penalty.
That's
Well,
a good
you-
point. That's
you
a
go
good
in jury room number 1, you get it. You go in the courtroom number 2, you won't get it. There, all it takes is one jurist to say it's against my religious beliefs.
Well, if it
Well-
becomes a death penalty case, they're going to ask each jury member, are you
Yes.
for the death penalty? Or are you against it? And if they're against it, they're not going to put them on the jury.
Exactly.
Well,
They're
wait,
gonna-
whoa. The defense also has a say on who goes on that jury as well.
It's true.
And then the judge will, after he gets down to, okay, all y'all agree on these 7, now we got to pick these 5 more, or however many they carry in that state. And he's going to sit there and say,
carry 12 and 16.
I think
4
it's 12.
alternates.
Is it 4 or 6 alternates?
I thought it was 4 in Valos, but I could be wrong.
Okay, I'll have to go back and look it up. But I know that I've heard it being said, if it does turn out to be a death penalty case and it's like a totally complete different type of jury, there's more work into it and all that. Okay, yeah, I was listening to what's his name, Tragos, the lawyer, and he said that anytime it's like a death penalty case, it's basically like 2 trials. You have all this. It's basically the whole thing is. It's a lot more work to it. There's more evidence that you've got to do, and he named like off a whole big thing that has to be done.
Basically, just more work.
Yeah. So is Bill Thompson going to do that? Is he going to want to put in that work to get a death penalty case?
He better. That's his
I
job.
mean, I would think that he would if he wants justice for these kids. But
Well, as long as they don't plead him out.
I just,
Mr. Santa Claus.
I think if he tries to cut a plea deal, or if he even goes to the families and says that he's thinking about offering this guy a plea deal,
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
it's gonna be
Mr. Consalves.
he's gonna have a fit.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, deciding this death penalty or not, I think that conversation with each family, whether they do it as a group or if they do it individual families, their meetings with them, whether it's over the phone or Zoom or whatever, I think all those questions will be asked. So, do you want us to go for the death penalty? How do you feel about this? How do you feel about that? How do you feel about a plea deal? If I'm the prosecution, I don't offer them nothing. If a plea deal is going to come about, it has to be the defense coming to me asking about it. Because if you go to them and offer them something, it's going to show weakness on your part.
Yeah.
Right.
Especially if you already declared that you're going to go for the death penalty and then you're going to back off and say, hey, unless you guys want to do this, I would never offer them a plea at all. If there's going to be a plea coming from it, they're going to have to ask for it. And then you're in the driver's seat knowing they would plea out, and now you can set the parameters to that plea deal. if you're the one offering it, then you basically let them decide how they're gonna. Well, we'll do it if you do this, 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 and this.
Right.
You know, I would never ever show the weakness. If you have weakness in your case, then you've picked, you know,
Mm-hmm.
the wrong decision on, you know, the
Right.
whole damn thing. Yeah, you can't show weakness, especially somebody like Little Liar that wants to just play games. She's just gonna go, oh yeah, so I've got you right where I want you now.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And where did it go? Max makes a good point. There's going to be millions watching if this judge allows cameras in the courtroom for this trial.
Oh yeah.
Well, I wonder because he did allow cameras in this last time.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm hoping that will continue.
Yeah, but what was it? He only allowed it to be shown after the proceedings were over with, which kind of sucks.
Well, yeah, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah,
even
it
if they
is.
just,
It
like,
is.
release
But
it that night.
why after and not just
I didn't
in real
understand
life?
that. Why not just let it be live streamed? I don't know why he didn't.
Because he still messed up anyways with the names. So.
Yeah,
Well,
that
they did that.
was.
No,
They,
Tonka. I live in Nevada.
they did that with Bell. I can't remember the name right now, but the one that was in Missouri, they did that. They released it like the next day,
Mm-hmm.
and at least you got to see it.
Yeah, because like Valo, all we got for that was just the audio,
Yeah.
which was better than nothing. But I
Yeah.
would have liked to have seen facial expressions when some of those people were on the stand. But
Yeah.
it was better than nothing. Um, I I don't know how this judge is, and I did see somebody, I think it was Sanka, said that this judge isn't partial. I mean, not this judge, this prosecutor isn't partial to death penalty cases. But I wonder, even if he's not, like, there's a
Yeah.
lot of stuff he's got to take into consideration with this case. You don't have just one family of one victim. Like, you've got 4 families of 4 victims.
Yeah, and
It
this is
is
big news too.
right. And he's got to. I don't think I think he'll talk to each one of the families, but I don't think he's going to do all of them together. I think it's going to be something where he's going to want to sit down and talk to each family individual and just hear them out and hear what they got to say as far as the death penalty part of it goes, which we know
Well,
that
see,
Gonzalez wants it.
I would rather do them all as a group, just because you can let them look at each other and talk about why or why not they want this or don't want this, and then they can all, I mean, it could end up where they are completely divided like a jury room, or they could all talk to each other and go, you know what, I'm okay with that.
But would that be putting, like, let's just say, for an example, we know Mr. Gonzalez in that family wants the death penalty. I'm
Right.
pretty sure Maddie's does too. But let's just say Gonzalez wants it, but for example, Xana's dad doesn't. And if they're all in a room together and they're all talking to the prosecutor about it, would that maybe put pressure on the ones who don't want it to cross over and say, yeah, we want it too?
Well, I mean, he could talk to each one of them individually over the phone and ask, would you like everybody to get together on a Zoom call, or would you like everybody to get together if you're close enough, or are you just, this is your answer and that's that.
Right.
I mean, the way I would approach it if I'm him is completely giving them the right to voice everything they want to, even if it is with all of them together, because I don't know, like you were saying, he might not be a prosecutor that really likes to go for the death penalty, so maybe he already knows that at least half of them want the death penalty, so maybe he's thinking, let's just say it's split down the middle, and maybe getting them all together could make them all feel one way or the other, so that he doesn't feel like he's going into it like, well, I already know half of them don't want it and half of them do want it, and I mean,
Yeah.
I'd love for all of them to be on the same page.
I would
Now,
too.
Crime Solver is saying that they worry about if BK is guilty, that that they would say it's not premeditated, but premeditation only takes like
Yes,
it
it's
can
funny
take
how
like a
that
few
works.
seconds. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
Premeditation could literally be the car driving around all those times that I drove around where you had
yeah,
enough time to think it over.
And change your
right,
mind and not do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I know in
Yeah, I mean,
Florida, I was on the jury. I was a foreman, and the judge read us the instructions, and he said in Florida there's no time limit on when an individual decided to commit
yeah.
red
I mean, it
rum.
can
right.
literally be a few seconds before they do it.
It could be a split second, a
But I
fraction of a
mean,
second, the twinkling
but
of an eye.
Yes.
going into the house itself shows premeditation to me.
Well, going in there with that weapon
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and then driving around there 12 times.
and seeing how all of the victims were not in the same area as the house. It wasn't something that just, you had to actively go from one place to another to commit the
Right.
crime.
See, I'm trying to figure out what his alibi is because he could say, "Yeah, I went there 12 times and I bought substance."
Well, he doesn't have. I mean,
Well, I mean, if he wants,
I'm still
if you want,
confused on
if he
why he
still,
has to.
I am too. I've never heard and I read it, and it says, I've read the law, and it says, yeah, the defense has to give over evidence to the prosecution.
I mean, couldn't he just say, "Look, I didn't do it. That's my alibi. I didn't do it. That's
I don't.
all. That's all you
He
get. I
he,
don't have any
That's
more
not an
information."
alibi.
he could say, I don't have one right now, but I might have one the day before the trial.
He could just say, "I'll remain silent."
Right,
Yeah.
the Fifth Amendment.
And if y'all think about it, the prosecution did bring in, was it two state attorneys generals? Wasn't that who they were?
They
Who
brought
was
in two attorneys from the state.
who
Okay.
was
The
the guy
Attorney
sitting
General's
there?
office.
So if they're going to bring someone in like that, but not necessarily just coming out and saying, yeah, I know for a fact he's going to go for the death penalty, but that kind of seems like that's what he's going to do.
See,
Right.
all these prosecutors and defenders, they have conventions, and they meet throughout the year, and they go to different places, and they all get together. And from what I'm told, from the very start, this guy was weak. And they says he's not used to. It's not like Chicago or New Orleans where they have these type cases every day in a
All the
court,
time. Right.
and they
Well,
think he's inexperienced at it. So that's why the state brought in those guys, and thank goodness the FBI is there to help back up also.
I mean, that is a good point. Keith
I
So
Scarlett,
mean,
what
how
was you going to
long?
say?
I have
What's that?
confidence in Mr. Santa Claus. I think
Did you
I
call
think
him
he
Santa
might bring it.
Claus?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to make sure I
I
heard that
did too,
right.
King. I called him Santa Claus.
I think he might bring it. He might. We'll see. I mean, I have. We'll see. I still have a little. I think he'll bring it.
I mean,
I mean, I heard somebody say that the last time Moscow even had a murder alone was 7 years ago.
like
So
Yeah, that's what I heard.
2015, I think is what was said.
Yeah.
He's under pressure though, and everybody's
Oh,
watching.
for sure. This isn't just the state of Idaho watching. This is like the whole United States watching. Canada's watching. Over like the UK is watching.
And stop
Like,
and think about it. The police department had to bring the state, well, I call them state troopers, but the state police in and the FBI. And that was a smart move. They brought them in right away.
yeah,
And now the district attorney has to bring in the attorney general's, the state attorney general's lawyers in, and they're going to be sitting right there with them. They brought two guys who are supposed to be powerhouses. And he needs assistance there so they can say, well, remember Brown versus Texas or Brown versus Idaho. So they can, when they start going through their motions and everything like that, and he can object and when not to object. Those are going to be the key issues. What gets brought into this case and what's not brought in.
yeah. I hope he's doing his research. Not to just present the case, but
Right.
off of the evidence. But all those things you just brought up, all other cases that set precedents.
And just imagine how many people right now. I mean, we're literally sitting here waiting for the prosecutor to come out and say, yes, I'm going to pursue it, or no, I'm not. Think of this man has got the eyes of the entire world watching him right now.
Yeah, he may have just he might have gotten this job thinking, well, this is a cakewalk.
And then this
Nothing
happens.
ever happens in this county that I need to worry about. I can just sleepwalk through all this stuff. We'll plea bargain a lot of stuff. It's just college kids. We don't need to ruin any lives.
Yeah. But if they do prove that Bryan did do this, just think of the lives that Bryan has ruined.
Yeah.
The the four victims, he took their lives, all their
Oh, yeah.
friends, their families. Dylan and Bethany, he ruined their lives too, if you think about it, because now they have to live for the rest of their lives with the fact that they were in a house that God had his hand on them, that they didn't get hurt as well. Then he's got Bryan ruined his family's lives as well, because not only have they lost a son, he's possibly going to be put on death row. People know who they are, where they live. Like, he ruined a lot of people's lives.
Well, like I said a long time ago, after, about a month after they had arrested him, I said, his life's ruined, whether he's guilty or not, whether he gets off or not. Nobody's
Right.
ever you're not going to convince 100% of the public, even if he gets, off, say, even if they prove he didn't do it, even if they had evidence that he wasn't there, his life is still pretty much screwed. And his sisters and his parents and all those, you can't take back what they've already gone through because of it. And he isn't even proven guilty yet, and
Right.
they've already gone through this stuff. Can you imagine how bad it's going to be for them if he is guilty?
Yeah. See, he ruined his sister's career. Yeah. It sounds like his sisters, which I don't understand that. They shouldn't have been, if that is true about his sisters getting fired because of their relationship to him, that shouldn't have happened. I think that's going a little bit overboard, because they didn't make that boy do that. If he in fact did do it,
That's called cancel culture.
and that's their name being attached to him and being his sisters, that could ruin their careers from here on out and make it hard for them to get a job anywhere.
Yeah.
And
See, I
so
would have
that's
kept
not
him
right.
around just to try to get inside information all the time.
What, the sisters?
Yeah. Oh, you worked for me? How's your brother doing?
Yeah.
Could you imagine if Ted Bundy had a son?
Oh my Lord.
Imagine him trying to
He's
get a
got a
date.
daughter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's got it.
Rose.
She changed her name.
I wonder why.
I mean, yeah, I don't blame her.
I mean, it would have been beneficial going through her teenage years, though. I mean, do you know who my dad is? Don't mess with him.
We had a guy in our school, and this was still going on during the Bundy deal. His name was Theodore Bundy.
Oh, boy.
He couldn't get a date. He was two grades below me, and he was the nicest guy in the world, and he was just a fun guy to hang out with. And
Why did
we
his parents name him that?
he
Well,
was
they
named
didn't
that
know.
before. They didn't know Ted was
Oh,
gonna act
okay.
up. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, wow.
So all of a sudden, I said, "What do you want me to start calling you?" I said, "You need to change your name."
Yeah, I
You
would have
need to
changed
be
my first
Bob.
and last name.
But Adolf Hitler, his nephew and nieces are over here, and
Somebody,
his brother moved here, and he was vetted, and then there's a whole series on one of these Roku channels where you can see the whole Hitler family. I want to say they live in Cleveland or Cincinnati, but I'm not sure on that. But anyway, and how's life for them? It's just normal middle class neighborhood they live in.
yeah. But can you imagine, though, being the child of an SK?
I worked with a guy, his father had killed, or I'm sorry, deleted the whole family, like 6, 7 individuals,
Uh-huh.
except for himself. He had bought the coffins for him, the whole 9 yards.
Wow.
Yeah, BTK's got a daughter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Carrie.
What's her name?
She's
Carrie?
a Carrie Ralston. She's a sweetheart though.
She
Well,
is.
sure.
She's super sweet. She's always advocating for like the missing people and all that. She's very very sweet.
Yeah, she's very aware of who she is and
Right.
tries to make sure to use that to help people.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, we follow each other on Twitter, and she's to be the daughter of BTK. She is a very strong individual.
Oh yeah.
And look at Lee Harvey Oswald, his wife and daughter.
Hmm.
They're still here.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine being the child of an SK though.
Yeah, I can't either.
I feel sorry for the kids because the kids can't help what their parent done.
And you can
Well,
imagine if you're in high school and you want to date someone, the opposite parents are going to say, "Oh, that stuff runs through the genes."
right. Well, I mean, have y'all heard about that? They think that there's an SK in Oregon now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Riddler put it in the back chat earlier. I was looking at it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I must have missed that comment.
Says 6 women under 40 have been found
The
deceased in a
last
suspicious circumstances in secluded areas in a 100-mile radius in the last 3 months.
3 months, yeah.
I think the last one that they found was at there was a guy that was fishing at a pond, and it was like the pond was in a secluded area, and he found the body in like I guess like a wooded area close to the pond or whatever.
But they got the same thing going on in Austin, Texas. And that used to be my favorite city in America. There was no trash on the roads. All the water was crystal clear in that town. Everything was, the air smelled fresh. Today it's run. It looks like San Francisco.
Oh wow.
And now they're finding bodies in this pond or lake or river, whatever it is, there in Austin, Texas.
So
I
that's
heard that they said something about they think that there's like 4 SKs in Cleveland area.
and
Oh
just
Lord,
in one
I hope
city.
we're not. I hope we're not getting back into a SK generation thing again.
God.
That was a scary time to grow up. It was a really scary time to grow up.
But what is it about the Northwest, like up in Oregon and Washington, and what is it about that area? Like Bundy was from up there, or well, did some stuff up there, and I heard that
Where he's
like
from.
he would leave his victims there, and like then we've got which
The
I
Green
don't
River
classify
Killer.
that one. I don't consider Bryan an SK. A mass
No.
murder, yeah, not an SK.
Yeah.
But it's just like it seems like there's been a lot of them, like the Northern California up to like Canada, in that little corner.
Well, you
Yeah,
See,
know
we've
how
got
they
Gary
used to talk
Ridgway
about
too.
Washington and Seattle with all of the, the unaliving yourself kind of because of the weather. It's always gray and dreary.
Right. Yeah, because
The,
don't it like
Does it?
rain and just about every day in the Seattle area?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know about anybody else, but me, I know I get very melancholy when it's like gray and dark outside for like months at a time. I could never live in Alaska
Well,
because I would
I was
probably
thinking
lose my
about those
mind.
missing person numbers from Alaska, where they're
Yeah.
like 16,000 since '88, some crazy
Yeah.
astronomical.
Yeah, I think Tonka had posted it in the chat the other night, like how
Yeah.
many people were missing
And then
in
I
the
was still
state of
thinking
Alaska.
about the dirtiness of cities. I grew up in California. I'm born and bred in California. And my aunt lived in San Francisco all my life. And summers, my mom would ship me off for like a month to my aunt in San Francisco and then a month to my aunt in Sacramento just so to get me out of her hair, I think. I don't know.
Now you
But I
said,
remember Seattle being a very clean town. Same with, well, San Francisco was never really clean, like in the 60s, 70s that I remember. That there was gum all over the sidewalks. Like people just dropped their gum everywhere, and it was everywhere in San Francisco. And then at some point in time, maybe early '80s, they got rid of the gum, but now they got everything else.
Well, that place
feces,
is a freaking
urine.
pool.
See, I don't consider BK, if he's allegedly done this, a mass killer, because mass killer wants to be identified, like when they go into these malls or go in these churches or go into these schools and start firing away. That's what I would call a mass killer. This
Yeah.
guy here, okay, I think he's an
He's just
SK. He
free.
just got caught. I think if he didn't get caught, he was going somewhere else 2 or 3 months later.
Yeah, I think if he wouldn't have
And
got caught, he would have kept doing it.
and we still don't know what's happened in his past.
That is true.
I mean, there's people all around this country missing or unsolved cases.
Right. Stevie, Stevie says the northwest of the U.S. and the southwest of Canada is crazy. I think it's all the expansive forest lands. Canada government doesn't care about natives, so SKs run wild over there, up here, and the numbers are startling. Oh, wow. And that could be true. I mean, you have big, large forest areas that you can just go into and not see people for months at a time.
Well, what is that? It's in Japan, right? Or is it China, that forest?
That's in Japan.
That's in Japan. Yeah.
The unaliving forest. Yeah.
Yeah, that place is crazy.
It
Yeah.
is crazy.
And there's actually a movie about it.
Oh yeah, no, I saw a documentary or something on Netflix or a movie or something about it.
Yeah. I haven't
Did
got to
one of
watch
them
it.
YouTube guys get in trouble for what? Like really big guy got in trouble for like filming one
That
of
was
the unalive bodies.
that
Yeah,
was
yeah.
Paul. He was yeah. What's his name? Paul. Shoot.
I don't know.
Luke
He
and
does like
Paul.
boxing. I don't know if it's the one that
No,
does
they
boxing
were
or the other one. There's
YouTubers
two of
that went
brothers.
there.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So they went there and filmed it?
Yeah.
And one of them's Jake Paul. You said Paul.
Jake
I
Paul,
think it's
that's
Jake
right,
Paul,
that's
and then I can't remember the other kid's name.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're talking about Logan and Jake?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. They're aren't they MMA or whatever, UFC or something like that?
Well, one of them had filmed that forest you're talking about and got in trouble on YouTube.
Oh, I
Almost
didn't know
lost
that.
his
He
channel,
showed an
everything.
unalive body.
Oh, wow.
And they were actually giggling about it too. Very disrespectful all the
Well,
way
those
around.
two are clowns anyway.
Yes.
It doesn't surprise me. They're from Ohio, so.
Yeah.
And that's like the Native American people. There's like so many Native American people that are missing, and they don't want they can't
Nobody
get help.
cared.
Right. It's like nobody cares. They can't get help trying to find the people that are missing. Okay, I'm
You
hearing.
also got to remember they have their own police force. They have their own governments on their reservation.
Right. Okay, I'm hearing really loud, bad feedback. Okay, I don't hear it now. I couldn't tell where it was coming from, but it was coming through like super loud through my headset. But
I
yeah,
think it might be Ray.
it could have been.
It's always me.
But yeah, like the Native Americans will go missing, and like they do have their own, police and government and stuff like that. But you would think like that there would be other people that would be, and there are volunteers who will go and help them, but it still seems like they would get more help to try to find, their people as well, and they don't get that, which is crazy too.
You're Native American, aren't you, Ray?
I have a great grandmother that was full blood. I don't know what my percentage is. I don't really care. You know what I mean? I just know my history. And then I tell people, the actual Native Americans were called Eurasians. They came over the land bridge over 20,000 years ago.
Yeah. I'm Cherokee, but no, you sound. The only reason I said that is because when you talk, you sound. Your Native American comes out when you're talking. At least to me, I'm like I got this thing with accents and things.
I was called in the military. They called me Demerol. They say I talk too slow.
Yeah, I just feel like this lady, I just feel like his attorney's got something up her sleeve. I don't know. She just really gives me this vibe that worries me a little bit.
Who, Ann Taylor?
Yeah.
I will give her this. She seems like a very competent woman.
She definitely does.
And it's going to be very interesting to see her in court.
I don't think I'd
didn't
want to
see
play
that.
poker with her.
I didn't feel she was confident.
She doesn't have, you know how like some attorneys will walk into a courtroom and they just have like this look on their face like I don't want to be here. She doesn't. She don't
walks
have
in
that.
saying, "I own this room."
Yeah, like she walks in and she's like, her shoulders are back, her head is up, like I'm in here. I'm here to do my job. She doesn't give that lazy. I'm trying to think of like a good word. Just the lazy, don't want to be here type attitude that you see with some attorneys. Not all attorneys, but with some. Like you don't see a Letitia Stout attorney in her.
Oh no.
You see what I'm saying? Like you could just tell those two attorneys are just like,
yeah,
they would have rather been anywhere else than in that courtroom.
Yeah, Tony said Ann Taylor is like Michael Jordan on a court.
No, not even close. Michael Jordan had talent.
Who said that?
Tony and Chet.
Michael Jordan had talent. He was just better than everybody else.
Michael Jordan saved the NBA.
Yes, he did.
They was going downhill before him.
That is like Troll's all-time favorite basketball player.
Too.
I mean, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see her in action, though, in court. It's going to be completely different, I think, from other defense attorneys that we've seen in the recent trials that's happened and that has dealt with murder cases. Now, I tell you who she kind of reminds me of a little bit, just the little bit that we've seen her, the attorney that Zachariah Anderson had. His attorney was constantly arguing with the judge, arguing with the prosecution. That's who Ann Taylor kind of reminds me of. Like, what you're telling me, I know my rights and I know the laws, and I think that's how Ann Taylor's going to be. She's going to be she's gonna argue as much as she can with the prosecutors and the judge.
I think so too.
I feel like she's like a paperwork lawyer. Like she's good at paperwork as far as like going back and forth. Mm-hmm. But to me, she didn't seem too confident because of her voice when she spoke. You couldn't even hear her. And then also the smile, like for some reason, I didn't think she was all that confident. Well, I expected more, I guess. I was expecting different, maybe.
Right. I mean, I don't know, because when I walk into a room, it's just kind of natural to me just to smile and acknowledge people. That's just kind of my personality. Mm-hmm. I mean, if in a court or something like that, I don't think I would do that. But to her, it's
is that personality job. Or upbringing? Because me, I call it my upbringing. I was taught better.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was always taught to go whenever you walk into a room, you say, like, you acknowledge people, right? So you're not being disrespectful to them. But you have to.
This is her daily job, so I mean, to her, this is like her office. So maybe the awe of the courtroom has, the weight of it. Maybe it's just kind of lost some of that to her. I don't know. Or maybe she just wanted to be like, hey, I'm here. I'm smiling. I'm not worried about anything. I mean, that's kind of what I picked up whenever she was doing that. I was like, yeah, she's confident. She's comfortable. She's like, yeah, I have no worries in the world.
Right. And the other attorney, the Masseth woman, we only got to see her on the Zoom call that day. She wasn't in the courtroom. So it's going to be interesting to see how she is as well, being that she is self-proclaimed best defense attorney in the state of Idaho. So let's see if she lives up to that name.
Right.
Because I'm wondering, You know how whenever you go to you have a trial like this and you have multiple attorneys, same thing with Valo, even Letitia's, uh, one attorney will take certain witnesses or cross examinations, and then the other attorney will take the other. So I'm wondering, is like, how are they going to divide that up between them two, between Anne and the massive woman? Like,
I don't know. 'Cause I can kind of see those two button heads.
Yeah.
That'd be funny. I'm still worried about Bald Boy. He looks like an a-hole.
Oh, Jay Logston.
Yeah, with him, the way he was after they did like the whole arraignment thing when they were in court for the other stuff,
Mm-hmm.
he was just laid back in the chair with his feet kicked out like it was in his living room. And I'm like, who is this jackass? I mean, he's not even being respectful to the judge.
Well, he's getting paid big money, so
That is true.
hey, they don't have no worries.
Yeah. Well,
So P Fox says, "Who do y'all think will play good cop, bad cop on Cross?"
I think Little Liar's going to try to play bad cop.
Yeah, I think so too, Taylor.
The other one, the best
We haven't.
state's going to be the.
Yeah, it's hard to tell though with that other one because we haven't really seen her.
Yeah.
We don't need to know anything because she's the best. That's all we needed to know.
Yeah, we'll see if she lives up to that.
Yeah.
I mean, she may come in there and she may just blow Ann Taylor away and completely outdo Ann Taylor.
Yeah, she very well could. That's why
uh,
I kind of think they're going to butt heads because
I'm wondering, and when I was asking about like who was going to take what witnesses or whatever, you know, you have like Dylan and Bethany and like the kids from the college and those type of witnesses, and then you have the witnesses who are law enforcement.
Mhm.
I'm thinking Ann Taylor's going to go after law enforcement, and she's going to give the other witnesses to Massett.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I think it's going to be the other way. I think that Little Liar wants to get a hold of Dylan. Because I think she already thinks that she can intimidate her.
that could be. That's a
Could
good
be.
thought.
Scarlett, who was the guy sitting on the prosecution that was on his laptop that was there?
Only one I remember is Mr. Thompson, who, unless it's one of what was his name? Shit, Jeff Nye, is that his name? That they brought in from this to help on the prosecution. It was Jeff Nye and Ingrid Beatty, I think it's the lady that they brought in.
I don't know, but he was busy on his laptop. He was going at it the whole time. Well, most of the time.
That's probably who it is. It's the Jeff Nye.
He was playing WoW.
Great, you cracked me up.
To get my Marvel and Tony said, "I'm going to Walmart to get my Marvel and Taylor doll tomorrow. I love her."
Oh my.
Yeah, well, as long as that thing doesn't try to squeeze into a Wonder Woman outfit, we're all right.
She looks slimmer, Vapor.
Slimmer doesn't make her slim. Slimmer doesn't make her slim.
Well, I don't know. She brought her laptop, but she didn't use it. She just brought it out.
She didn't even open it, did she?
No.
Like, she didn't even open it looking for like dates or anything. It's almost like she already knew what date she was going to ask for.
Oh yeah.
And all that. Like, she's got the whole filing cabinet of the case in her head already.
It was for show.
Yeah.
It was for show.
So I think the woman knows her stuff. I really do.
I think the only thing she knows how to do is play games.
And how well, I agree with that, but you know, how lucky is he that he ended up getting high-powered attorneys like he did? I mean, that's like crazy.
Yeah, well, that's only because of the money.
Gigi, don't feel bad, honey. I am too.
If they were having to represent him based off of their base salary,
Yeah, I don't think they would.
they wouldn't be fighting to get on this case.
No. I think a lot of it has to do with the notoriety of the case too.
Accolades.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's the thing right there is the notoriety.
Flowers. I want my flowers.
But the thing about it is he doesn't have to spend a dime.
Nope.
No.
No.
And here's another one. How does he get a public defender? Doesn't he have a job in Washington? I know now he doesn't.
Yeah, he just had a job as a TA.
He's got a car.
Yeah.
And you saw what that judge did to the young lady the other day. Do you have
Oh
rings? You
yeah,
have jewelry?
she had
Man.
jewelry like Rick Ross is what she said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But and it's the same thing with BK. You can sell your pistol. You can sell
Yeah.
this. You can sell your laptop. You can sell your
Well,
car.
he can't sell his car or the gun because they are now in the
Well, now they
evidence.
are, yeah.
But
Well, the
uh,
gun's not even his.
I don't know. They didn't say who it was registered to.
I thought they did say it was registered to his dad. At least that's what I heard somewhere.
Did they?
That's what I heard that somewhere. I don't know.
I don't
Well,
don't
think
it
know
might be.
where.
It might be.
It's them sources again.
It might be registered to
Yep.
his dad, but his dad could have gave it to him as a gift or sold
Right.
it to him. I know in my state, I can right now go to buy a garage sale and buy a pistol.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
could have just got it on the corner.
Right? You don't, in my state, you don't have
Homeboy,
to go get it
homeboy.
registered.
I got the
Yeah, they're
plug.
trying to change that too.
Oh, they're going to be changing a lot of them. They're trying now, but so
Yeah.
far they were trying to ban the braces that go on the arms.
Let's see. Here you can buy a car, but
That's
not over a
very
certain
slow.
value. PD is based mostly on income, and that's probably how he got the public defender. It's in the state of Idaho, he wouldn't have had a job. So I don't know if they look at it like that, or if they look at it as the fact that he had a job in Washington, but he didn't have allegedly at the time of his arrest. So I don't know.
How much do you guys think his education cost?
Oh, thousands, hundreds of thousands.
Oh
And
yeah.
Yeah.
he was probably maybe, which I don't know, but financial aid maybe.
Well, didn't like him being in? Well, no, that would have taken care of just like his living arrangements in the PhD program, in being the TA. I mean, being just a PhD program is probably expensive.
Like 40K maybe. I was
Or
wondering because that, and then on top, if he was on financial aid, and then on top of now they have to pay for his defense. That's a lot of money.
Do we know how? Well, I was going to say wealthy or not wealthy that his family is. Do you think they're just a middle class family?
Yeah.
Well, didn't they file for bankruptcy?
yeah, they did in the past. Now I don't
Right.
know like what their financial situation is now, but in the past they did.
And he's going to college out of state. He's an out of state resident, I'm sure.
That's
And
kind
and I
of
know,
good.
like here in Florida, if you're an out of state resident, it's like twice as much.
It's
Yeah,
more
it's
money. Yeah,
big,
it's more
big
money.
bucks.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. I'm trying to see if I can find just how much a PhD
You could have
program.
grants and loans.
Well, and we're talking with Ramsland too. So I mean, are they able to say, hey, if you want to take my class, this is how much I charge, or is it just like across the board?
It's just regular. I mean, she just teaches a class at that school, so I mean, it's nothing extra to take her class versus another class.
No, it would just be whatever. Ain't it the program? Like, let's see, he was what was it? Criminal justice out there that he did at the sales.
Right.
So in that criminal justice course or program that he has to take, she would have been one of the professors that he would have had.
And Washington State's not a powerhouse for criminology. He just went there because that lady's there.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'm trying to find
Didn't
out.
did Bundy go to Washington State in criminology? Is that where he did his too?
He went to the University of Washington, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, one's called the Huskies and the other one's called the Cougars.
Yeah.
And I even wondered if Bryan, because I don't know what type of like PhD program the University of Washington has versus Washington State University, but I wonder if he tried to get into that college as well where Bundy went.
Yeah, I
I thought
wonder
that
too.
I thought that he wanted to go to the where he went because this professor specialized in like violent crimes or something like that?
Yeah, what was her name? Is it Romney? Ramani? Is that her name? Oh shit, I can't
That's
remember
stupid. I
I can't
don't
remember her
remember.
name now. It might have. I know that Ramani has been brought up a lot. Let me see if I can find her name. I can't even remember her first name now.
I still haven't gotten over that Dr. Lewis from that other case.
Oh
Letitia.
Lord,
Oh,
please.
geez.
That was ridiculous. She just wanted one more book, one more movie.
I'm surprised some lawyer has says, look, lady, you can get an appeal on that.
Yeah, no kidding.
State did not give
But
you a
that was
fair
their
evaluation.
but that was their witness.
Oh wow, there is a lot of professors at Washington State University. We'll have to,
Amethyst Pisces said that they were a TA and their tuition was covered and housing if needed. The only thing not covered was materials and school stuff.
That makes sense now. He had all of his ducks lined up. He's an assistant, and he's probably going there for free.
Well, that was my point. They help cover a lot of his stuff, and then on top, now the deacon. If that town must be really pleased.
Yeah.
oh, what is that lady's name? Does anybody remember the lady that is at Washington State University that taught the violent crimes class? I want to say Ramani, or was it New Wheelie?
Are you talking about the lady that knew BTK?
No,
No,
that's
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 Catherine
Bryan.
Ramsland. She's at DeSales
Okay.
University. It's either New Wheelie or Ramani. I remember those two names, and maybe the New Wheelie woman. I just got to find it on more than 2,000 professors at WSU.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, there's a lot.
all right. My phone is dying, so I'm gonna jump down, and I'll see you guys later. Thanks for having me up.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for coming up.
Bye, Vapor. It's nice talking to you.
You too. You guys have a great evening.
All right, you too.
Thanks. Bye.
All
Bye.
right, I'm gonna find this lady's name. It was one of those two. It's either New Wheelie or Ramani. I just don't remember which one. But I'm
No,
only
I
on.
watched.
I've read so many different things on this
Yeah.
case. It's hard to remember, but it's one of those two. But it was a violent crimes class that she taught. I do remember that.
Well, and Ramsland, she said, wasn't okay. It was, she had only recommended two students in the whole time she was been teaching for
Yep,
the class.
a PhD program, and Bryan was one of them.
Right.
And the other one was I think she was a female student. I can't remember if it was several years before Bryan, maybe. But out of her whole career, it was only two students that she ever recommended. And then Bryan turns out to be the one who is accused of doing this murder.
Right. And then people were upset with her, and she's like, "Hey, we did it over the computer,
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she knew that he was going to be accused of something like this.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But that right there speaks to the fact he must be pretty smart. Because the reason I bring that up is because every time I start thinking, well, maybe he's not as smart as we think he is, but then
Yeah,
he'd have to be pretty exceptional for her to recommend him.
right. I think he was very smart when it comes to school and stuff like that. I think he was very smart.
Yeah.
I just don't think that he had the street smarts that some people have.
Right.
Oh, I cannot remember that lady's name.
Ask Alexa. No,
Uh,
Alexa.
I don't have an Alexa.
Alexa, stop.
Shit, what is her name? I bet you it's going to be at the very end of this entire list.
Well, I guarantee it'll be the last one you look at.
There's literally over 2,000 professors at that, which it is a big college. Oh, crap. And I don't remember exactly how to spell New Ely. I'll eventually find it. It may take me a second.
I have to wait for my clock to shut up.
Your what?
My clock.
Oh, okay. Let me just Google New
I
Ely.
worry if it's going to like get you a strike or something since it's playing songs.
I can barely hear it.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Now, Michelle Bolger, that's the other lady.
Michelle Bolger. Who is that?
Let's see where I can find it again. It's a Kohberger's former professor at DeSales University, Michelle Bolger, says she is in absolute shock after hearing what the former student has been accused of. Now, I don't know what she was the professor of him over.
She might have been the one that recommended him. Because I don't think it was Ramsland that recommended him.
Maybe it wasn't, but it was one of his professors that.
But this would be at the one in Pennsylvania, right? DeSales.
Yeah,
is that where that is?
Yeah.
DeSales. Okay.
Yeah. That's where Kathleen Ramsland, the one who is friends with BTK and helped on the book and all that. Let's see. All right, y'all. While I'm looking for this, if y'all have not done so, hit the thumbs up because I'm gonna be ending it here in just about 5 minutes. I gotta. If I don't find this lady's name, it's gonna bug me tonight.
She said he was a brilliant student.
Well, if
Bryan,
they would have only known.
I'm gonna drop down so you can.
Well, Bundy was a brilliant.
Okay.
Thank you for having me. Bye.
Oh, you're welcome. Have a good night.
King
You
Scarlet.
too.
She's so sweet.
She sure is. Smart, too.
Yeah.
But, you know, Bundy was so smart. You ought to see the closing arguments when he's addressed, the judge is giving him his final decision. And he tells him how good of a lawyer he was, and he wished he could have stayed out of trouble and practiced. He said, I would love to see you practice in a courtroom.
He was very smart. A lot of these guys are.
Well, Danny Rawlings wasn't. That guy was with dirt.
Yeah, no.
But he had a rough life coming up. I mean, his dad was a cop and would handcuff him at 5 years old.
Ridgway, he wasn't either. He wasn't a smart guy either.
Right. And he had to sit there and watch. He had to sit there and watch his mama get beat up, and then he would go around peeping Tom. Here we go again. Most SKs start out as peeping Toms, and he was a peeping Tom at a young age, a young boy, and he just wanted to see if everybody had to live the horrible life he lived.
Yeah,
because he just wants to see if a family was normal.
Said.
Right, and then it got worse from there, and he went in the Air Force. They kicked him out because they said he had no social skills. So the Air Force kicked him out, and it just got worse from there. And
I'm gonna have to try to Google this lady's name because I'm not finding it on this list that I'm looking for. I haven't found either one of them, honestly. I just remember that she taught that type of class, and I remember.
You don't think it was Bolger was the one that recommended him?
Yeah, that might have been. The woman I'm looking for, though, is the lady who taught at WSU that did the that class. That's the one I'm looking for.
Good
Okay.
night, Michelle.
Melanie Angela Newely is one of them. Let's see if it tells what she teaches. Let's see, she's CRMJ department, special topics, study abroad. Let's see if it doesn't. That's not. I'm still thinking it's going to be that Romani. I think I'm pronouncing her last name correctly.
Girl, you got a really brilliant brain.
It's probably why my head hurts all the time.
Probably so.
Always trying to keep all of this information in it. I just know that I see something somewhere, like a name, and then it takes me forever to try to find it.
Panel isn't. Well, I'm trying to read chat. Jenny 4. Was there something we missed?
I'm not looking at chat at all. I got chaos out here. I'm
Tony
putting out fires.
Tony wants to come on chat.
Okay, hold on. Let me drop the link real quick.
He says he's my favorite.
Well, I was reading where he had a run-in with one of his instructors, John Snyder.
Yeah, that was the one that allegedly he had. There was. They pulled him in because he was having issues or getting complaints against him or something like that, and they made this whole plan. I guess a disciplinary plan, and then he just kept having issues with that same professor, and that's one of them that he was a TA for, I believe.
Okay, so let me get it right. When he's in Pennsylvania, he goes to that Catholic school, DeSales. That's
Right.
where the lady that knew BTK was teaching, right?
Yeah, that's where Catherine Ramsland. That's where she was at.
So now he's going to bolt 2,000 miles across the country to go to Washington State University.
Mhm.
Why?
I'm thinking because a lot of people has asked that question.
It's a better program.
Yeah, I'm
More
thinking it's
prestigious.
the program. He probably looked into the program and the teachers that they had there and all that. That's what I'm thinking.
Or maybe the only program that would accept him.
That could be it also.
Because there's about 20 other schools I'd have picked before that if I was that good as he was.
Because some people were asking why didn't he go to one closer to where he was at. I'm pretty sure that like in New York, there's probably some that have that program.
Yeah, I'm sure Penn State.
Yeah. And for whatever reason, though, and I don't know if that's another thing. It's like the Ted Bundy part of it, that Ted Bundy was out in that area, went to the University of Washington, and he wanted out that way. I don't know. Amethyst Pisces says he went there to commit homicide. That possibly, maybe he went out there knowing that he was wanting to do this and be the furthest away from home, I guess. I don't know. Tony, can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Okay.
Hello, America.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
All right. Let's see. Trying to get all my stuff moved around back on my page or on my screen.
And Taylor BFF forever.
Wait, who said that?
Tony, he's got it written underneath his name there.
Oh, I didn't see that. Ann Taylor's BFF.
She's a beautiful lady. I won't take any insults about her.
Bryan had excellent grades, and he could have picked anywhere he wanted. WSU may have offered classes in something others didn't. I think it probably had a lot to do with the program.
Yeah, I do too.
Well, WSU might have said, hey, come here and work with us and go for free. You go to these other schools, you're going to have to pay. But if you come here and become, what's that, a TA they call it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He was
he
a
might
TA.
find, yeah.
I want to say 3 classes is what I heard that he was a TA for.
He could have been end up becoming a Ted Kaczynski.
Oh Lord, that would have been crazy.
I just think that if he wouldn't have been caught, and if he is in fact the person who done this, I think that if he would not have been caught, he would have done it again.
Oh yeah, I really, there's no doubt in my mind on that. I don't think he was finished. I really don't.
Let's see. P Fox said he got a free ride to WSU, and he made a TA makes around $1,200 a month.
Wow.
Yes.
I wouldn't have thought that they would have made that much, but well, I don't know. Maybe for Washington State.
It's a lot of money.
Is that
1200 US a month.
What is? I
I've
don't know
seen
if
that on White Girl.
is that. I don't know about for like the area. Probably not for Washington though, right?
So he's making about 70,000 a year if he works every week, which I doubt he did. He probably just worked a couple semesters.
Was that per
50,000
week
a
or
year.
per month?
Probably a month.
It's a
So
month,
that's
it's
less than
nothing. If it's a week, it's a
20,000
lot of money.
right there.
And his because he was in the PhD program, he had the apartments that he lived in was there was other that was like the PhD program student housing or whatever it is that they call. Um, I wonder if he had to pay for that as well.
So free housing. Well, he had to stay in that program. If he like got kicked out of the program, then he lose his housing
Yeah.
and
So
his
yeah.
job.
All right,
Amethyst?
U.S. News ranks Washington State. Let me see what it is right here again. They rank Washington State 23 in criminology.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I thought it was one of the lesser colleges that.
That's still not bad out of 100,000 colleges out there. But it's
Yeah, but
23.
it's
And
not the top one that you would think he would have been
Well,
able
if
to.
he's specializing in something, maybe those specialized people are the ones that make it number 23, where the other parts of the program are lacking.
I think he went there for a specific reason.
Probably.
Is Troll Busters? Is that Troll?
Yes.
Okay, I wondered.
Yep, that's him. He's been in and out of the chat all night.
Yeah, I saw him in here. I wondered about that, but I was like, I don't know, maybe.
That's me too. I ended up making pies, washing dishes, cleaning the kitchen, mopping, cleaning up after my uncle. Oh my God, chaos over there at 1 o'clock in the morning.
See, wasn't he having an issue with one of the professor? Yes, Callie Dime. It was one of the Snyder guy. What did y'all say his first name was again? The Professor Snyder. I forgot what his. I think it was Riddler that said his
Riddler?
name.
was it John? I'm not sure. But we just mentioned his name. That's
Yeah,
how
just like a few minutes ago. But yeah, that was the one that was said that he was having a problem with, and I want to say it was like a thing that they put together, a disciplinary plan, and he wasn't following it, and he didn't improve and all that, and it kind of led to him being fired, or one thing allegedly that led him to being fired. Because I've heard a lot of different things about that letter too. It was
Amethyst said she made $650, but she only had to work 15 hours a week.
okay. That was that at a college, Amethyst? I missed
Yeah,
some of her comments.
yeah, she was a teaching assistant.
Oh, okay. Okay.
She was the one that said, they gave her tuition and room and board if needed, and
Okay. See,
Was that 650 a month or 650 an hour
or a week.
or per week? That's what I asked, or for a month. If it's not a month, then it could be bi-weekly.
let's see. TAs only get 10 grand a year off of the tuition. Oh, wow. What else did I tell you? I can debunk. You got fired. No, P-Fox, I don't think you did. Like I said, I've heard a lot of different things about who produced the letter saying that he was fired and all this and that. And
She said $650 a month.
So math, what, 160 hours a week or a month? 15 a week times 4.
Yeah, that's 60.
Yeah.
It's about $10
So
an
that's
hour.
like 10.50 an hour.
Yeah.
Lady V, I was looking at the colleges that were the top, and University of California was number one in criminology. And
Yeah,
believe
I
it,
was just thinking, I mean, he got recommended and all of that. Why didn't he go to a more
of course, it depends who's doing the
prestigious?
ratings. Each one of them's got a different ratings.
I got taught by an English teacher that she was a professor in Kohberger.
And then number three was Florida State. That's where Bundy went. And then number 5 was University of Florida, and that's where Danny made his appearance.
Yeah, I think, I do think that the weather and stuff up there might have something to do with it. I mean,
Could get. Oh, I can't even say his name. Ted's Unabomber's name worked at Berkeley as well.
yeah,
Kaczynski, yeah.
yeah, he was something
He
let's
was a
see.
very intelligent guy.
very
But I think
intelligent.
he was upset that he never got credit for it, and people that were, you know how it is. People always say, "Well, if you're so smart, why ain't you rich?" And in that case, he says, "Well, I'm smarter than all these other guys, and they're making more than I am." And that's, I mean, most of his targets were against wealthy people, right?
Yeah,
Or successful people.
yeah.
Okay, so was it said that he was fired before? Because P-Fox is saying if he had been fired, the first thing that they would have done was taken his access away from the building, and it was alleged that he was fired before he left. I know it was right around the time that he left, but I can't remember if it was before or after. In the search warrant for his apartment, they accessed his office with keys found next to the. Yeah, he actually had to sign a paper. I can hear feedback from somebody. He actually had to sign a paper saying that Ann Taylor could go into his apartment to get the keys for his office. See, average base salary for a teaching assistant in Louisiana is $11.23.
Okay. Can I answer a question here?
Sure.
Joanne Murdoch. Yes, is BK ever going to speak? If BK was to speak more than 2 or 3 words at once, 1,000 women would die from excitement across the USA.
Oh Lord.
I was trying to hold that laugh.
He's only been sympathetic at this point, but wait till he puts on the charm offensive. People have no idea.
I have heard the suggestion that the reason why he's not speaking as much is because it's basically trying to keep it where Dylan can't identify his voice as
Yeah, that's
being
ridiculous.
Oh,
That's ridiculous.
saying
What are they going
like,
to do? A voice and eyebrow lineup?
yeah. I'm still curious how
It's
she's
very
going to
far-fetched,
identify
that
this
one.
dude.
Yeah.
Hey, Jay,
Well,
how are
I
you?
was off my trolley. I was off my trolley drunk. All I remember is bushy eyebrows. Went back to sleep for 8 hours, but I remember his voice from 6 months ago.
Yeah, I'm curious how she's going to identify him.
yeah, but at the same time, people have been identified by their voice.
And that's what I had heard, that suggestion that maybe that's the reason why, or could that be the reason why he only answered the judge back at the arraignment, and that's because he had to. Um, and it was said, is that because they don't want Ann Taylor doesn't want him to speak no more than what he has to because they don't want Dylan to be able to identify his voice?
Oh, wow.
No, in my opinion, no. But
Secret.
maybe I could be wrong. Could be wrong.
I don't know. It's going to be very interesting to see how Dylan. I mean, he's got to be identified, right? Like, how is she going to do that? You can't
He's
just
not.
point at
He
somebody and say, I recognize those bushy eyebrows, because the description that she gave of this person that she's seen walking through the house is a description that would fit a lot of the males on the University of Idaho campus.
Yeah.
Well, let
Well,
me
and
ask you
there's that
this.
one girl with the bushy eyes too.
Right.
Did anybody pick him out of a lineup?
No, we don't know that.
No.
No, you can't pick a line out of eyebrows.
No, I'm talking
Even,
about you.
even if someone did, it would be ridiculous.
Yeah, we don't know if it once he was arrested, or even just pictures of him, we don't know if there was anything like that put in front of Dylan and her pick someone out.
That's possible. That would never stand up on eyebrows.
And Tonka said, introduce Murphy the dog to Bryan and see what happens.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Because
mine would lick him to death,
but dogs could sense something like that, especially if he
can.
saw him or got the smell of him,
Yeah,
and
they
knew
can.
that he was hurting people in the house.
Yeah.
That'll never fly in court.
No, it won't.
Yeah,
but
true.
it would be interesting just to see how Murphy reacted to him.
But I have seen them bring in the dogs in the courtroom. Now, you're talking about a police dog that got stabbed or shot.
Mm-hmm.
The police department or the state attorney, naturally with the police department, will bring in the friendliest dog they've got and let them go and bring in. So this is what a police dog is like, and he'll be friendly and let them pet and everything.
Yeah.
And then they always win on
command.
that. Right? Yeah, they always win on that when they bring that dog in the courtroom.
Let's see. P Fox said it was rumored she picked his picture out but called by a different name. But again, that's a rumor. Yeah, I mean, it seems like she would have to identify him somehow. But I don't know. I don't know how they're going to do that.
I don't know. Oh gosh, if they don't televise this, it's going to be agonizing.
Yeah, I'm hoping they do. Even if we have to wait until after each day that when court is over with, watch it afterwards.
Something.
Yeah, it would be a lot better if it was live, but because there may be certain parts that they may have to edit out. If it's when they go to like recess or they go for lunch break or whatever, they may edit that part out where it's not as long if they do allow us to see it afterwards.
They may not allow us to watch that one. I mean, they don't want reporters there now. They told Nancy Grace, pack up and go home.
Yeah, they don't. I seen where Nate Eaton had put in a request to live stream and it was denied. Oh shit, who else? Somebody else. Not Nate Eaton. Hold on, that's the wrong person. Let me go back to the website. Nate Eaton was on Vallows and Daybells. It was somebody else that had put in a request and it got denied. I gotta find it though. Shit, where is it? This is it. Oh, this ain't it. I forgot. I'll have to find it. I forgot who it was, but they put it in and it was denied. But it's like, and there was something brought up about just the camera for the steel shots, and there was something else about a camera. I forgot what it was.
I don't know how Troll keeps his mouth shut. My husband would be sitting there typing and talking to me.
Yeah, he's usually pretty quiet back there, or if he's even in the room. Sometimes he's not even in the room with me.
What kind of dog you have?
Who?
You, Scarlett. You got a dog?
Yeah, I have a blue pit bull.
Oh, I love them. My next door neighbor had one, a blue one. Name was Fatty with a PH.
Aw.
Not Fatty, but PH. And that dog loved me to death. And I was one of the few people that could actually go there and feed her when she went on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
walk.
he's not. Usually he'll try to sneak in here when Troll comes back in the room or whatever. But for the most part, he usually stays on the couch when I'm live.
He had white paws, and she didn't spend much time with him, other than just petting him and loving him. Whereas I like to work with the dog, teach him, okay, well, every time you walk next to me, when you heel, it's on the left side, not my right.
Right.
And, left paw, right paw. I want to see it spin left, spin right.
Does anybody know when the Richard Allen case starts? P Fox was wanting to know.
I think, wasn't that supposed to be September?
Let me look it up real quick.
I think that one probably ended up getting pushed back too.
Let's see. Well, it doesn't say.
I thought they had said something about September.
Okay, there was.
I can't wait for that one. I followed Delphi from the very beginning.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go to Google to try to find it instead of Brave. Let's see. No, that was in February. There's no updates on when it's supposed to start.
P Fox says that she has a red-nosed pit and 2
Pitskis.
I don't know what that is.
Probably a pit bull and a husky. Would that be right, P Fox?
Wow, what a combination.
Yeah.
Those huskies will talk to you all night long and sing to you.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Aggravate you.
We used to raise wolves when I was a teenager. In fact, I've got my male wolf. We had him stuffed. He's like 6'4" on his hind legs.
Oh wow.
And they like to talk to you too.
I grew up with hunting dogs, but when I got in the military, then I got to start seeing the big Shepherds and the Dobermans. But now the military, or at least the Air Force, they're going to go to Malinois all the way.
Those are pretty too.
Yeah, from Belgium.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it's a dog that's on steroids and crack. They're just so hyper.
Right. Yeah, most of the dogs. Now, we do have my father-in-law's dog that he made me and Troll promise when he passed away that we would take her and take care of her. And she's a black lab mixed dog that really doesn't bother anything. She just lays around outside. And so that's it. That's the only 2 dogs that we have, though. But other than that, the only dog that I'll own is a pit bull. And then, of course, we've got all these dang cats around here.
That's a pretty baby, Tony.
No, thank you.
That's gorgeous.
Talking of cats, I like cats. And I like pussies too. But the ones that aren't tacos.
Wait, do what now? You have to watch what you say on panel.
Yeah, sorry, no, I didn't mean to say that. It just came out.
I was like, he didn't just say what I thought he said.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
That was funny. Believe me.
Yeah, it won't be fun when we all get kicked off.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, you can't say that word on the chats. I've noticed that one.
I got a friend now that had to go hire a lawyer. They do these reactions to movies. I mean, not movies, songs.
Hmm.
And the Eagles are the
Oh,
toughest on.
my
Yeah,
husband
you had to
watches
watch out.
that.
The Eagles are the toughest. 'Cause I remember David Letterman wanted them to start playing Eagle music for his show at night, or just play a little part of it. They said we can't touch any part of the Eagles.
Yeah, my husband watches those.
Yeah, I love them, and I always
Yeah, because you
comment on them.
wonder, okay, how come they don't get, a strike? And it's like I was watching this one girl before I came on here. She was talking about this Asian girl that was live streaming and she had unalived herself. She had drank stuff and she was talking about, I mean, she was saying the words and everything. And I'm thinking, how do you get by with it? But we have to watch every word we say.
Well, not only that, look at some of the titles that YouTube
Yeah.
has, and look at some of their own videos they've got, and then they're worried about something we say. They need to come out with a list that says this is what you can't say. I looked at their list; it doesn't make sense. These are the words you can say, and these words you can't say. These are words you can print. The only thing I saw in there that would really get you kicked off is racial slurs. That
Well,
would get you kicked off, and
you
then
deserve to be kicked off for that.
well, yeah, but then again, what are they going to call a racial slur?
Yeah.
And yeah, I know the hard words, but let's go with that. But as far as how else can you report a Ted Bundy case without saying
Yeah,
red rum
exactly.
Yeah.
and a red fluid? And how you going to talk about these cases without saying the R word, but you can say SA, but you can use the Lord's name in vain. That's no problem. But there's these other words you can't say.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't.
I won't even allow people to say the word on my panel.
Right. And I'm just
I
using that as an
don't.
example.
Yeah, no, I know, I know. I don't even like being around people who even say that word.
But
Yeah,
this
I
guy's
don't
supposed to
either.
be a top-notch lawyer that so far he's won every case. And he
Mhm.
told her, he says, we're going to win your case. It's just going to take a while. Because they're really doing an educational thing. They're talking about the music, what it really means. And there's a
Mhm.
lot of people, uh, there's a lot of ethnic groups that never heard Elvis. There's a
Oh
lot of
wow.
age groups that never heard Elvis. And they don't know his story, how he came up. And now it shows, if you know his whole story, if you watch that last movie about him, you'll see how he got to where he's at. Same with Hank Williams. A lot of people
Mhm.
don't know his story and how he got to where he's at and what his
Yeah,
music is about.
yeah. He's one. I like Hank Williams
Oh, he was one of
Jr.
my favorites, but he lived
Jr.
up
And I
Desert Road.
like his daddy too.
Well, that's why I liked his daddy, Hank Williams Sr. And then Junior came along, and of course, Hank passed away when he was 3.
Right.
But if you watch that last movie about him, but it tells it right to the T. I think it was called I Saw the Light. And of course, he died at age 29, same way Michael Jackson died.
Is that how he died?
Hank
Who?
Williams Sr., yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, he was in,
The same stuff?
it was similar. It was New Year's Eve, and he had back problems because he had the spinal, was it
Spina bifida.
yeah, I think that's what he had, curvature of the spine. So this doctor came in, and the doctor had a fake diploma,
Oh wow.
and he shot him up with a needle, and it was probably heroin. And he shot him up with a needle, and they said the next morning Hank was passed away, but they dragged him in the car, and back then, who knows what the autopsies were like, and they just said he died from asphyxiation.
Oh
Wow.
wow.
But they had shot him up with the needle, but he passed away at the age 29. The last song he did was "Your Cheating Heart."
That was a good
And
song.
it don't seem like he was that young when he passed either.
Yeah, just 29. And when he
Yeah.
did "Your Cheating Heart," they recorded it one time. He goes, "That's it, fellas. That was perfect. We don't need to do it again." And he walked out. And it wasn't supposed to be a big thing. Of course, he passes away. And one night, a DJ played "Your Cheating Heart," played the record on the wrong side. He's supposed to play the other side. and he played Your Cheating Heart. Fans went berserk. It spread across the nation, came a big hit, but Hank never got to see that.
Oh, wow.
Then everybody else want to start singing it.
Yeah. All right, guys, I'm about to end it here for the night. I got to go eat.
Okay, well, I'll jump down. Again, thank you for having me up. I always enjoy being up here and
Oh,
visiting.
it was great. You always learn something when I come to your channel. I always do.
Oh,
Always.
for sure. Y'all are more than welcome up anytime.
And thank
All
you
right.
for having me, and I enjoy seeing everyone. And God bless you, and I hope to see you tomorrow.
All right, you too. Have a good night.
I second that. Bye-bye, everyone.
All right, have a good night, Lady V.
Thank you. I'm out.
Okay, have a good night, Tony. King Scarlet is eating her chicken nuggets. I'm just to go find me something to eat. I'm hungry. Elizabeth, you have a wonderful night. Ray, have a good night as well. See you later. Have a good night. So I'm about to get out of here. Y'all, thank you so much for coming and hanging out with me tonight. Thank you to everybody who came up on panel. It was another awesome conversation. And I love you all. And I hope y'all all have a wonderful night. And make sure to hit the thumbs up on your way out if you haven't done so already.